What are we to do about it? At the conclusion of the program today, we will be holding a historic vote to form a major new political party in the United States of America, a party free of corporate money and influence. The vote will be open to everyone. It will be cast through the People's Party app, which
The People's Party app.
you can download on peoplesconvention.org. So please, get the app now, prepare yourself, prepare to cast the vote.
Hey, Richard.
We
Hey,
will cast
Jonah.
it at the end of the program. I would also like to say that today you're going to be hearing from various different perspectives
Dude, what is up with the...
on what to do about 2020. Who to vote for in this election. There are many different views and voices on that, but what we all agree on here at the People's Convention is that
Dude, the connection to this fucking... I don't understand why I'm getting such a shit connection to play back this video.
These times of crisis.
It's, I don't know why it's playing back like that. This is crazy. I'm not going to sit here and watch this like this. Let me close the garden feed up and see if that helps. And see, I've got my cell phone connected and some other shit connected.
An eviction crisis.
Let me see if that helps. And let me go turn off my other computer. Low bandwidth, man. Holy shit. What the fuck, dude?
More than 140 million people.
I'll take my phone off.
Were poor and low income.
Dude, I can't sit and listen to stupid sad music over shit like this. I don't know what these motherfuckers are thinking. I'm not gonna sit there and play that audio. That sounds like fucking... are you fucking kidding me? What are we watching, Fiddler on the goddamn Roof? Holy shit. And what's with the shit connection, man? $9,000 people watching. God damn, dude. You stupid fucking commercial. Your stupid fucking promo commercial. And, dude, I'm telling you, I've turned off the garden, okay? I've disconnected everything. I've lowered the quality of this fucking video, and it's still fucking playing back like shit for some reason. Dude, this can't be my connection. There's no way this is my fucking connection. Here, I'm gonna refresh the page. Dude, I can play fucking videos? Are you kidding me? I do live streaming. I live stream. I have a video going all the time. I blocked someone that's an admin there. I wonder who that is. I've got it in lowest resolution. Dude, are you kidding me with the fucking music? Really? Fuck your sad music. Fuck your sad ass music, morons. Jesus fucking Christ. Wah. Boo friggin' who. Fucking wah, wah, wah. Fucking, are you kidding me? This isn't how you charge people up by playing fucking sad violin music. Oh, look how horrible the world is. Wow, look how sad we all are. Wow, boo-hoo. That is not, I came here to get fired up, man. I came here to fucking get motivated, man. I came here to get pumped, man. Not listen to this fucking bunch of crying little whiny ass bitches. Fucking pump that shit up. Oh my God, are they still doing it? Oh my God, I'm not going to subject you guys to their bullshit. And besides, this is fucking stopping and starting and stopping and starting. I've got this down on low quality. I got it on one. It's on, I'll put it on 144. We'll see how it runs at 144. Circle of death. Maybe if I turn the chat off. How do you turn the chat off? Still circle of death. Oh, hide chat. Is it because this fucking software sucks my dick? Let me try running it on Google Chrome. Dude, if that's the fucking problem. Running it on
Network for Action and DSA-LA. And I recently had the privilege of sitting on a panel that she organized that shouldn't have been really the Democratic National Convention, the Beyond Bernie Convention, and People's Assembly. Everyone, please welcome Cheng-Sim Lim.
Hello, People's Convention. Thank you. I came to this country 41 years ago at the start of the Reagan era. My lifetime in this country maps exactly the neoliberal ascendancy. And it is this experience of neoliberalism that values profits over human life and dignity that has brought me here today. I want to keep within my allotted time, so I'll go right to how I became a Medicare for All activist and why I think the single payer movement cannot rely on the Democratic Party. In 2007, I underwent treatment for breast cancer. That experience opened my eyes to the gross inequities of the American for-profit health insurance system. At first, I didn't understand why getting healthcare had to be so complicated. You know, my doctors had to check if what they wanted to prescribe was covered by insurance, and I would get bills months afterwards for stuff I couldn't easily decipher. Still, I was one of the lucky ones. I had health insurance. Two of my friends who were dealing with serious illnesses didn't have health insurance, even though they worked full time. Their jobs didn't come with health insurance. And I couldn't imagine going through my cancer treatment further stressed about how to pay for it. So my growing awareness of how unjust our healthcare system was led me to volunteer on the 2008 Obama campaign. Candidate Obama had a healthcare plan with a public option. By that time, I had learned enough to prefer single payer, in which everyone would have comprehensive and high quality healthcare that is publicly funded. But I had yet to learn enough not to fall for the Democratic lie, and they're still telling that lie, that the public option, which preserves everything that is wrong and costly with the current system, could be sustainable and lead to universal health care. It took me another year to learn as a volunteer for Organizing for America, or OFA, helping to get the Affordable Care Act passed, that as inadequate a reform as a public option was, it was still only a bait and switch. Our volunteer group had collected thousands of constituent letters to send to members of Congress for the public option. And we were puzzled why President Obama didn't seem to care to fight for a key plank of his campaign and allowed the public option to be killed in the Senate when Democrats had a filibuster-proof majority. When we asked questions, we were told by the then OFA chief, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And this was the Obama mantra. And this is the same OFA chief who went on to be President Obama's re-election campaign manager in 2012 and to advise the British Conservative Prime Ministers David Cameron and Theresa May on their election campaigns. I think it's telling how easily a Democratic operative can move between the Democratic and Tory parties, right? Don't you? At any rate, I subsequently learned from press accounts that the Obama administration was cutting deals behind the scenes with big pharma and hospital associations to drop the public option in exchange for their acquiescence on the ACA. This is happening while we volunteers were being told to gather support for the public option. And meanwhile, in California, where I live, we saw that Democrats could pass single-payer healthcare, which the California state legislature did in 2006 and 2008, when there was certainty the bills wouldn't be enacted. In this case, Republican Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger vetoed both single-payer bills. But once we had a Democratic supermajority in the state and a Democratic governor, and there was no longer a Republican to give color to Democrats to perform as progressives, but not do anything real to upset their corporate donors, Democrats couldn't pass single payer. So flash forward to 5 weeks
Crazy,
ago,
right?
I was a Bernie delegate to the Democratic Convention.
Fucking douchebags.
In the middle of a pandemic, when the COVID
Happy 420,
count,
guys.
and it's worse now, was 4 million Americans afflicted, 150,000 dead, over 14 million newly unemployed since March and without health insurance. And you add these nightmarish numbers to the already crisis level, 70 million uninsured or underinsured before COVID. All disproportionately Latinx, Black, Indigenous, and Pacific Islanders. The Democratic Party still couldn't bring itself to acknowledge the need for life-saving Medicare for all. The DNC Platform Committee voted down Medicare for all.
Are you listening to what she's saying?
The Democratic Convention, while a parade of Republicans got to speak on the DNC.
Democrats don't give a fuck about you either.
Type in the Zoom chat of DNC meetings that we need Medicare for all for end the Green New Deal, found themselves blocked from posting the rest of the meeting. That was the level of pettiness the DNC went to silence any mention of Medicare for all. I could cite other examples, but I've run out of time. To sum up, in my lifetime in this country, I've seen no evidence the Democratic Party will deliver Medicare for all on its own. We need massive, massive pressure from the outside. One way to do that is through an anti-oligarchy People's Party that is serious about organizing to contest for power. So how about we do it?
Thank you, Chang Sim. If the Democratic Party cannot pass Medicare for all,
this guy's beard is creepy.
Wealthy countries.
That ain't a fucking beard. That's a goddamn vagina with a mouth on the front of it.
A global pandemic, when millions of people are losing their health care, when they could pass it in the House and then they could win the election and they could still have the Republicans block it for them and the insurance companies. It is truly incredible that they cannot pass it now. And I salute the delegates that took that stand. More than 75% of Bernie's delegates.
That ain't a fucking beard, dude. That's fucking, that's goddamn, that's pubic hair.
Its exclusion for Medicare for all. And we're going to hear more about that now.
Creepy.
In fact, from another Bernie national delegate that I also had the pleasure of sharing a panel with. That is Hania Jodat. Hania is a national Bernie delegate, the co-founder of the Muslim Delegates and Allies. She's a founding member of the Women's March of Los Angeles.
There's 10,000 people watching.
Fundraising coordinator for the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees.
There should be 500,000 people watching.
And a fundraising coordinator for Oxfam America in Los Angeles. Hania.
That's a well-trimmed vagina you got there, buddy.
Thank you, Nick. And it's an honor to be here today with you and the rest of the amazing speakers. When we talk about war, we must first recognize that Black Lives Matter. I've long been under assault in this country, and we support the peaceful protests sweeping the globe from Los Angeles and Washington to Sydney to Rio de Janeiro, fighting for justice and equality in the face of a systemic brutality. Jacob Blake, fighting for justice, is able to still fight for his survival, unlike Freddie Gray, Breonna Taylor, Eric Garner, Philando Castile, Sandra Bland, and the many more heartbeats that have been silenced. In witnessing the domestic unrest right here in the United States of America, I can't help but face my own affliction as a child of war in Iran. Our homes were without electricity, our windows taped so the glass wouldn't shatter from explosions, sirens that often interrupted our television programs, sounding the alarm for families to seek shelter in basements as Iraqi planes flew over the blue skies of Tehran, my birth city. Mothers mourning the death of their young sons fighting in the borders of Iran, and my own grandmother who clinched her rosary.
Interesting. She doesn't say anything about America attacking her country, huh?
Asking God to protect her children and granddaughter, me. Little did we know that the Iraqis we were taught to fear were our sisters and brothers sharing the same wounds and trauma. Now it is time to link the Black Lives Matter movement with the peace and justice movement. To shout, demilitarize and defund the police, but also defund the military as protesters march against the intersection between militarism at home in the form of tear gas, rubber bullets, armored vehicles, and the deployment of unmarked federal troops to snatch citizens off the streets, with militarism abroad characterized by regime change, U.S. counterinsurgencies in decade-long trillion-dollar occupations of Iraq and Afghanistan, and extrajudicial drone warfare. A history of Western colonialism followed by brutal sanctions, occupation, and destabilization efforts are the overwhelming cause of the surge of hundreds and thousands of refugees flooding across European borders today. Major European NATO powers continue to collude with the US imperialism in each war. Massive numbers of displaced refugees are migrating from countries that are victims of the US military and its allies' aggression: Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen, Libya, Syria, and Palestine. Not one of these conflicts can be justified under humanitarian purposes, yet each of the source of the enormous profit in the form of private military contracts for American and European corporations. Now it is the time to demand an end to state-sanctioned violence targeting human beings for the color of their skin, be it those who cross our borders, refugees of US intervention in Latin and Central America, or those who are not citizens of the United States, born from Native American genocide in a country built on the branded backs of African slaves. Now it is time to declare an end to the failed and inhumane war on terror, repeal the authorization of US military failed and inhumane war on military force that greenlights US aggression anywhere, anytime, to link Islamophobia with the scapegoating of Muslims at home, to a foreign policy that sanctions drone bombings on multiple majority Muslim countries. The cost of this institutionalized violence at home and abroad is tremendous. Tragic health outcomes for people of color, fearful of walking, driving, and sleeping while Black. 20 soldier suicides on an average day for those returning from Iraq and Afghanistan. According to a 2016 analysis from the Department of Veterans Affairs, national outrage and polarization with members of armed militias reminiscent of fascist Germany's brown shirts killing Black Lives Matter protesters in the streets of Kenosha, Wisconsin. Just as the cost of policing in major cities like Los Angeles and New York City can account for over 50% of general fund, the US's $700 billion military budget, more than the military budgets of the next 8 countries combined, subsidizing 800 military bases in over 80 countries, cost the taxpayers 54 cents on every discretionary dollar. Meanwhile, rampant ill treatment of our homeless stains our souls. Indebted college students live in poverty, and our fire department holds pancake breakfast to raise desperately needed funds. It is not enough to demilitarize the police. We must also demilitarize our approach to a foreign policy that is consistently the cause of violence.
I like demilitarize a lot better than I like defund.
The military.
Yeah, demilitarize them. That's the right terminology. Very good. Very well said. I liked what she had to say the whole time. I hope you guys did too.
Thank you, Hanieh, for reporting back on the Democratic National Convention and sharing your own personal story as an immigrant to the United States as well, just like Cheng Sim. and the disappointments of the Democratic Party in being a similar war party like the Republican Party. Our next speaker is a comedian.
Jimmy Dore?
He is a creator of the Earbuds, a podcasting documentary.
Oh, Graham
He's
Elwood?
also the host of the Political Vigilante, and he is here to speak to us and do.
I didn't
some
know Graham was
live
going to be on.
comedy. Welcome, Graham Elwood.
Holy shit.
Hello, everybody. My name is Graham Elwood, and it's an honor to be here at
So
First
excited.
Ever People's Convention after watching those two train wrecks of the Republican and Democratic Party conventions. Like,
Right.
wow,
Right.
it's unbelievable. The Democrats' platform is Trump bad, Trump, Trump, Trump bad. And then the Republicans, man, I thought I was watching Triumph of the Will. And of course, they call Joe Biden a Marxist. Man, I wish Joe Biden was a Marxist. Boy, that would actually get me excited if Joe Biden was a Marxist. Neither party offered anything. Neither party wants to defund the police. Neither party wants to address climate change. The Republicans don't even think it exists. The Democrats just, we're going to green up our military. Yes, I'm sure the people in the Middle East are going to be ecstatic knowing that they're getting bombed by rockets powered by biodiesel. It's ridiculous to listen to both parties. None of them want Medicare for all. None of them want to get money out of politics. And we're constantly stuck with this lesser of two evils thing.
Bottom of the hour.
They
Cheers,
always
guys.
tell us the lesser of two evils.
Listen to what Graham's
Nowhere else
saying.
in American society
Republicans
would
and Democrats
anybody
suck.
accept this. Politics affects every aspect of our daily lives. You're watching this on the internet, your internet provider, there's a tax, there's legislation. That's politics. It affects everything. Did you buy something today? You paid a sales tax. That's politics. And yet this thing that affects every area of our life, we're only given the lesser of two evils. Nowhere else would Americans accept this. Can you imagine if advertisers were like, the all-new Chevy Malibu, just not as crappy as the Ford Taurus? There's no way we would accept that. Honey, it's date night. We need a sitter for the kids. There's only two babysitters to choose from, a pedophile and a meth head. I don't know about you, I'd go meth head because at least the kids would have activities. The guy'd be twitching around. Maybe they'd get a fun face tattoo. This is what they
He's
all
doing
are.
stand up!
Two evils. And then the
Best
Republican
convention
Party is
ever!
awful, Trump is awful. I don't like him. But the Democrats, pragmatic centrism. Joe Biden has said now's not the time for revolution. That's right. Revolutions always happen when things are going great. Hey guys, when there's a vaccine and the economy's back to normal and everybody's got a job, the cops aren't out of control, we're not bombing 7 countries, then we'll start the revolution. That's when it starts, when everything's going great. Like, thank God Biden and Pelosi and that crowd weren't alive, like, and in power during the civil rights movement. They'd be like, hey, Rosa Parks, this front of the bus thing, it's causing problems. It's kind of a purity test. Do you think maybe you could just move to the middle of the bus? In fact, start at the back, move up one row at a time, wait a couple years.
Dude, he's still
get
doing
bipartisan
stand-up.
support, and then move up another row. That's their plan.
He's killing, man!
And when they wanted to get rid of Trump, their
Oh my
solution was
god.
impeachment. Not, here's a crazy idea. Back a progressive that had the biggest grassroots following of any politician in the history of the country? No. Let's go impeachment, which was terrifying. because
Jimmy Dore and Ron
I don't want
Placone
Trump
have to
be in
follow
power,
him.
But then that would have put Mike Pence. He's even crazier than Trump. What would President Pence do, right? Shock the gay out of people and outlaw lunch with women? Like, he said he's afraid he'd be too tempted by having lunch with a woman. What happens, Mike, when you have lunch with a woman? Are you just like, how dare you bring your boobs to lunch? Like, our choices are the lesser of two rapists? Like, this is insane. And there's no progressive policy from anybody, not even from the Democrats. Even the progressives in the Democratic Party have all folded. That's all they have to say is that, like, not even They don't even want to legalize marijuana, which we've seen. It would benefit so many people in this country. Look at Colorado. Look how it's done economically. And I'm going to end on this. We need to legalize weed. I'm sober, but this country's on the brink of a civil war. We need to smoke some weed. Imagine if Trump smoked weed. He wouldn't want to build a wall around Mexico. He'd just be down at the border going, we should start a music festival. Hey, Pence, you want to hit that? So thank you so much for allowing me to be on the honor to be on this panel with everybody. And I really hope Jesse Ventura and Nina Turner run for president with this party, because they would have my vote. I would take a bullet for both of them. Check out what I do at GrahamElwood.com. Thank you so much.
Shave your knuckles for justice!
Graham Elwood, everybody. And I swear, did the Democratic convention happen? Because I only saw 2 Republican conventions. 2 weeks of Republican. Who decided to give the Republicans 2 conventions this year? Next up, we have an award-winning actor.
They were
and
Trumpians.
humanitarian, someone
And
who
you're either
all know
Trumpian or
as Bernie
anti-Trumpian.
2020 surrogate, UNICEF ambassador, former Goodwill ambassador to the United Nations Development Program, the recipient of multiple NAACP awards and Emmy nominations, supporter of many unions, particularly postal workers unions. Please welcome Danny Glover.
Thank you, Nick. It's hard to follow up Graham Elwood. You know, he had us all early in the morning into here, and early in the afternoon here.
I'll shoot him in the leg. 2 weeks retirement.
Some humor to this moment. Sometimes we want to laugh, but we deal with the reality of what it is right now. We're voting, understanding we're voting under Biden's name simply to get rid of Trump. And perhaps the idea of building a party, building a people's party from the bottom up, and I think it has to be from the bottom up, to talk about, to support the issues and support the struggles of workers, unions, nurses, teachers, and everything else. We have to really talk about fundamentally about
he's
education
in bad shape,
and
man.
education.
I wonder how old he is.
Right, quality education is a constitutional right. We have to really talk about so many different things that are left off the platform, but we know that all these issues reside in certainly
Danny
creating
Glover,
the kind of party, creating the kind of will, and building that kind of will that's necessary for us for the future to deal with climate change. As my sister Gerard Barnes talked about foreign policy, we don't deal with the issue of foreign policy here. We're always confronted with the issue of regime change wherever it is in the world. It has been such a long policy that has been consistent after administration after administration and after administration. So the things that we have to talk about, you know, I remember as working with the African Liberation Support Committees in the 70s, and understanding that even with the will that was responsive to the freedom of those countries, there was always the underlying regime change that went on within those countries as well. So I think that our platform is full,
74?
but we have to kind of be consistent
Bad shape.
in the voices that really talk about what we really need, what people need at this desperate time, and those are evident. Those things are evident when we think about healthcare. The things are evident when we think about employment. We think about the vulgar focus on returning to the marketplace. Returning to the marketplace. Those are the jobs that are there that they're going to, that were there when we had a functioning quote unquote marketplace, when we had a growing marketplace and everything, aren't going to be there anymore. So those are the things that I think that are important to understand. How do we look at work? What is the relationship that we have with work? And how do we create the kind of transformative work and the kind of work that certainly it helps us develop as human beings and help us develop our communities.
Can you guys hear okay?
But we have to take this moment and do the work that we have to do. We're in the face of fascism, growing fascism, in the face of what's happening in the streets where peaceful protesters are being attacked, viciously attacked. We have to begin to take this moment and understand that if we don't act now, if we don't do something now, we are providing ourselves in a dark moment than we could ever imagine, a darker moment than we could ever imagine. Thank you again for allowing me to say my few words, and I look forward to listening to other comments of others as well. Thank you so much. And the idea that I'm on a Zoom call with many people whose work I've read, whose work I've appropriated it sometimes in my own language and understanding. Thank you.
Huh. I wonder what software they're using. It's probably Zoom.
Thank you, Danny. I believe this is probably also the most remarkable Zoom call I've ever been on.
Ah!
as all of the speakers can attest to. And you're very right to say that if we don't fight now, there will be nothing left to fight for. Our next speaker
There's only
is going to speak exactly to that topic.
11,000 people watching.
It's my pleasure to introduce NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory climate scientist, Dr. Peter Kalmus. He's a former Bernie 2020 surrogate. He got his PhD in physics from Columbia University and received NASA's Early Career Public Achievement Medal. A very accomplished climate scientist who is here to tell us about why we need a People's Party. He speaks, of course, as all speakers, on his own behalf. Peter, it's great to have you.
Thanks, Nick. So, yeah, I'm a scientist, a climate scientist. I'm also a human. I'm a father. I'm a citizen, and I am terrified of what I'm seeing coming down. What's here right now and what's coming in the future with climate breakdown and ecological breakdown. We're all feeling it right now. We're feeling the wildfires in the West. We're feeling the hurricanes hammering the Southeast. We're feeling the floods in the Midwest. We have climate migrants on the rise. We have ice sheets melting. We have ocean circulations that we count on for our weather shutting down. We have threats to our food system. And
Free
our
smoke,
water
no law regarding
system.
cannabis. Cannabis
And
isn't
this
for all.
is
Cheers,
just
everybody.
at the very beginning of what
210!
we're going to experience
What's
over
up,
the next
son?
few years and decades, and that's why I'm here today. I can't
210 big
see
buds.
what I'm
Cheers,
seeing
bro.
and sit on the sidelines. It's literally impossible for me not to speak out and sound the alarm. You know, some people might call me an alarmist, but I don't think I am, because I think the alarm is absolutely, completely justified by the mountain of scientific evidence. And now you don't even need to be a scientist to know what's happening. You can feel it in the heat waves. You can feel it in your lungs when you go for days and days during wildfire smoke. People are dying now. People are having their livelihoods wrecked. They're having their homes destroyed. They're moving from other nations up towards the poles. Later this century, if we don't have a radical change of course, a very large band around the equator, we're talking something like 1 billion people, could end up needing to migrate towards the poles because the humid heat will be too much for their bodies to actually survive it.
Listen to him.
And this isn't science fiction. That's
Listen to
That's
him.
me. It's not the new normal. We're on an escalator basically toward getting worse. It's going to stay getting worse and worse until we have massive, rapid, radical systems change. To do that, we need policies. We basically need policies that would destroy the fossil fuel industry. Because we're not talking about just reducing it a little bit. We're not talking about a 10% reduction
We can't
in the
fix
fossil
it.
fuels
He
that
thinks we can
burn
fix it.
and
We
the
can't
greenhouse
fix it.
gas emissions that we emit every year. We're talking about going down to zero on a massively fast time scale, which means a radical
Exactly.
transformation of society.
Too
Energy
late.
systems, transportation
This
systems.
is where he goes
the
off.
way
Because
we
now he's
work,
going off the
way we
rails.
eat,
It's funny. He got the circle when I said that.
Other nations.
Circle of death.
It's radical. Where the time for incremental change is completely over. And what I've noticed over the decades, I've been terrified about this for 15 years, and I've been an activist and a scientist for 15 years. And both parties are clearly beholden to the fossil fuel industry. It's as simple as that.
You needed
Both
to be a
parties
scientist
take
for
some
15 years to tell us that? Is that what science taught you?
One party certainly is in hard denial. They actually say this is a hoax, which is just makes my head explode. But the other party also takes donations. The other party
Cuckoo, cuckoo.
also participates in the revolving door. They have campaign advisors who are lobbyists for the fossil fuel industry, for fracking, and for the oil industry. It's crazy. Just recently, the DNC said that they would not end fossil fuel subsidies, which is a complete no-brainer. This huge billion, even by some estimates, trillion globally,
Dollar industry.
handouts to the wealthiest industry, one of the wealthiest industries the planet's ever known. It's a no-brainer to stop that. And the Democratic Party can't even say that they're going to stop fossil fuel subsidies.
He's right about that. And he's right about that.
Let alone
back on
the
track.
Green New Deal that we need. So it's clear to me that the fossil fuel industry will keep fighting dirty. When their survival is at stake, because we need to shut them down with policies, they will fight 10 times as hard as they ever have. They'll continue buying off politicians, and they'll continue misinforming the lying.
No,
just
Luke, we
broadly
can't.
lying to the public.
No, it's too late.
About what's actually
Thunderfoot,
happening on
bro.
the planet. So we need
Hey, Erica.
a party, we need a political system that is not beholden to them, that is independent, that doesn't take corporate money and does what the people want and does what the planet needs, and not what the corporations want. I just want to do science. I want to raise my family on a planet that's not burning. I want the coral reefs to stay alive. I want policies that end this nightmare of global heating and climate and ecological breakdown. This is a task of cosmic importance. The decisions we make in the next few years will affect humanity and our planet for thousands and even in some ways for millions of years. Thank you.
I liked what he had to say. I hope you guys paid attention. He was only wrong about one thing.
Thank you, Dr.
But
Thomas.
we can change it.
Very much appreciate you being here to share that very grim perspective, having studied climate science myself in college, and having worked on the bill in 2009 to...
Dude, why is this guy making it about himself, man?
I saw the
What
way
a little
that,
fucking
Barack Obama,
vaginal-faced
his administration reacted
narcissist.
to,
Shut up and get to the next guest.
Climate crisis,
You
and
fucking
then reneged
asshole.
on it once they were
Shut up.
elected, and how the White House did not put pressure on it, and we couldn't even get a cap
Fucking
and trade
poorly
because
trimmed
it's
vagina
self-considered
face.
Suboptimal solution to things
Shut
like
up.
carbon tax. And so that was 10 years ago. We have barely budged from that position. In fact,
Okay,
we have gone
great. Make your
backwards from that
point. Don't be
position
talking
now.
about yourself. I was on
so
a
this is
panel
existential.
with this guest.
Our next speaker is our youngest speaker of the day. She is our national student coordinator with Students for a People's Party. She is also the founder of Beyond Bernie, and a founding director of Our Time, Our Revolution's student organization. She's also a YDSA member and the former volunteer national high school director with Bernie.
Quarter of the
2020.
hour. Cheers.
Amayo Ngeshi.
Hi everyone, this is Amaya Ngeshi. I'm so excited and honored to be here, not only just because I see this as such a pivotal and essential moment in US history, but because I have the absolute honor of speaking on my favorite thing in politics, student organizing. I remember whenever I first became involved in politics, I think I was in 6th or 7th grade. I would love to say that that came about through love, but it really just came out of frustration. I was frustrated at the world, the problems that we had. I was frustrated at the people in this world because I didn't understand how we could still have certain problems, such inhumane problems.
That's a good point.
But most importantly, and most fiercely, I was frustrated at how small I felt. I was a little girl looking at a big world with adult problems that came with adult enemies.
Shit.
And I felt oh so small.
You'll feel that way when you're an
Everyone
adult
I had
too.
asked had told me there's nothing I could do. They told me I was too young. What they really meant is that I was too small. Nonetheless, I absolutely refused that. I saw that as an excuse, a justification for their own lack of participation in our democracy. So I dove straight in. I knew that this war that we're waging against injustice and hate and evil and oppression needed all the soldiers they could get. It was really all hands on deck. And I was eager to even give and contribute my little middle schooler hands. I share this story with you all today because I understand that so many young people have gone through
John
so
does
many
like, where's
things.
Jimmy Dore?
We've constantly been told what we can and what we can't do. We've been told what's realistic, feasible, and practical. We've been told what we're capable of. I just want to take this moment to
11,000
say
views.
thank you to all of my young organizers out there. Thank you for fanning your spark into a flame and for caring enough about what's happening in the world and not caring one bit about who says what we can do. This persistence and this resilience is so ineffably imperative, and I really love that about us. My absolute favorite thing is not just our determination, but how unwavering we are. We are so confident in what we believe in, and we understand that it's not up for grabs. There's no place nor time for negotiation, for debates. We understand that our core ideals cannot and mustn't be sacrificed nor compromised. This is something that I actually think adults, you need to learn from us. Be proud of what you believe in. Be proud of what is right and believe in it with all that you have. Fight for it with all that you got. On the left, as a collective, we need to be serious about consolidating, about centralizing, about having a united front, because that is the only way we're going to get through this together. One great individual is great, but two will always be greater. We must focus and heed the salience of accumulating government power, both inside and outside of our government. We must be together, we must fight, and we mustn't cower down. We mustn't go with what is normal, what we're used to, what we're comfortable with. We only have a couple of chances to get this right. We are fighting for the very remnant of our humanity, and it is up to us to take back our own power. Not that someone just randomly took it from us, but we voluntarily gave it away. Please fight. If you believe in what a people's party could be, if you believe in what a major third party in this nation could be, then that should be the end of discussion. Fight for it. Believe in it. Have hope. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I hope you stay safe. I hope you stay organizing. And I hope you remember to vote in this election. Thank you so much for your time.
That's good. That's good. I like that.
Thank you, Amaya. Amaya is one of the most remarkable organizers I've ever met. We have so much to learn from her generation. She's half my age. I cannot believe there are organizers half my age that are as talented and dedicated.
Still about you, huh, bro?
She is, and it's an honor to have
Half
her
your
working
age,
with us
huh?
as student coordinator.
He figures a way to throw himself in
And of
every
course,
one.
She and her generation represent those who will be the most affected by the climate crisis, upon which both political parties and corporations have known about for almost a half a century without seriously lifting a finger to do something about it. Our next speaker is someone who got national attention when he led a walkout out of a Staten Island Amazon warehouse.
Oh, yeah.
When management forced
I couldn't
employees
find, I don't
to
think I could
continue
find this
working
guy on Twitter.
Despite an outbreak of coronavirus at the warehouse. Please welcome Chris Smalls.
Yeah, Chris
who
Smalls.
is the founder
Couldn't find him on
of
Twitter.
the Congress of Essential Workers. Chris, it's great to have you with us.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you for having me, and thank you, People's Party, for putting this amazing convention together with all these prominent people and vessels of this movement in time and history. For those who don't know me, my story, my name is Chris
11,300
Smalls, former Amazon employee from Staten Island, JFK.
on this one YouTube
Back
channel.
in March, when this pandemic hit this country,
I wonder how many
I
people
stood
are
up for
watching
what
on
I thought was
Facebook.
right. I wasn't an organizer beforehand. I was a concerned parent, a concerned father, a concerned supervisor. And what I stood up for was not only for health and safety concerns, it was for our very own communities that we live in. What you've seen on March 30th changed my life forever. I held a protest. 2 hours later, Amazon decided to terminate me. This goes to tell you, America, capitalism doesn't separate itself from racism. They terminated me. They put a target on my back because of the color of my skin and because of what I did. Don't let them spin it any other way. Let them put these things out in the media that I violated any type of social distancing violations that didn't exist. What we're talking about here is the fact that making a stance in these unprecedented times is very necessary. Doing what you never thought you would be subject to doing in life is what we're talking about here. This moment in time in history is very important for our younger generation. It was a no-brainer for me to do what I did. It was inhumane for me to sit back on the sidelines and do nothing.
350.
I sit here proudly to say that I don't have no regrets about my lost job. Working for Jeff Bezos, who is now a $200 billion man, was probably the worst decision of my life. And doing what I did on March 30th was the best decision of my life. Now I'm a catalyst in this labor movement and the social injustice movement. I've been traveling all over the country with my organization that I founded in mid-April, the Congress of Essential Workers, TCOEW, a coalition of workers from all over the nation, from all different backgrounds, Black, brown communities, indigenous communities, immigrants. We all came together, formed this alliance, and continue to stand in the streets and advocate on our very own demands of the working class people and the communities that we live in. Some of these demands are very basic. Medicare for all, something that we should all have as American citizens. The raising of minimum wage to $30 per hour. People are saying that we are unskilled, untrained workers. And I tell everybody that say that we don't deserve $30 an hour, that you're being ignorant and being blinded and
$30 an hour.
Do not deserve that. As a warehouse worker, working with Amazon since 2015, there's no 4-year accredited college in this nation that could teach you the things that you have to learn in the warehouse. Everybody that came to that gets hired with any company has to go through a training period. And I tell you, if you teach me something, I will learn it. So we gotta get out of that mentality and understand that this is not the new norm for us. We have to create this. The youth generation, I'm looking to you and I see what you're doing. I've been in the streets with the younger generation and I'm so proud and I'm so happy that we are continuing to fight. Over this past weekend, we were just down in Washington, D.C. in front of Jeff Bezos' mansion, $23 million mansion. And the media want to make headlines about the guillotine that was set up in front of his property, more so than the voices of the stories of the employees that used to work for him or still work for him.
Well, then maybe they shouldn't have put a guillotine in front of the property.
To drown out our voices.
It's
just
not
like
smart.
Amazon tried to drown out my voice
guillotines, calling each other comrade. It's not helping. It's not.
But they also tried to run a
wise
smear
up.
campaign on me. Jeff Bezos, the richest man in the world, was in that conversation when this leaked memo was leaked to the public. This leaked memo said that I'm not smart or articulate, and I should be the face of the whole union organizing for Amazon. And I want to say thank you, David Sapolsky, because you gave me the best idea ever to become a face of this movement. And that's exactly what I continue to do. That's exactly what I continue to stand for.
He said $30 minimum wage.
As you know, 12 billionaires in this country have accumulated over $1 trillion of wealth during the course of this pandemic, while more than half the country is unemployed. And as you know, the richest man in the world is on pace to be the first trillionaire in history. This is not something that we should be praising.
They haven't accumulated $1 trillion during the pandemic.
Scared of,
That's not
billionaires do not
true.
represent this country at all. They put profits above people. People have
$1 billion
to accumulate their wealth for them, and they're not taking care.
They didn't make $1,000 billion, 12 guys.
Communities, the immigrants communities at all. We all need to take this moment in time, as COVID-19 is still here. We need to take this moment in time to fight back, and that is the future that I see America going towards. And if these candidates like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris do not represent us, we're putting them on notice starting today with this People's Party movement. I'm letting it be known, I had 9 senators sign a letter on my behalf to Jeff Bezos. 9 of them. Kamala Harris was one of them. Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, Cory Booker. I'm saying to all of you that wrote a letter on my behalf, and not just my behalf, to all the workers that were exploited during these times, we need you guys to take action if you're really representing the power of the people, or if you're trying to represent a message to your constituents that stands in solidarity with the working class people. Enough is enough. I think the younger generation, and myself included, are tired of the Democratic Party doing a lot of lip service and not enough action. So we're looking for a new way out, and a third party may be the way to go. And I believe this is the foundation, and this coalition that we formed here today with these speakers and stories will be the way of the future. And I want to make sure that I'm a catalyst and a vessel for that movement and the younger generation, because I'm looking to see my kids grow up in a society where they don't have to be subjected to social justice or racial inequalities when they're in the workforce. So please, people, let's take this moment in time in history. Let's come together as Black and brown and all peoples of all different backgrounds and creeds. Let's stand together in solidarity. Do not, I repeat, do not stop fighting. Do not stop marching in these streets. Let's continue to mobilize. Let's continue to be strategic. We have to fight back because the time is now. There will not be another chance after this. We want to look back on this opportunity 5 years from now and say, where was you during COVID-19? Ask yourselves that. Where were you during this moment in time in history? Did you sit back and do nothing, or were you really a part of the movement for change? And I want to say, I make a pledge and I encourage everybody to join me, join my organization, join any organization in your community that is fighting for the change that is very much needed in society today. And that being said, be safe out there and please vote. Solidarity.
Chris Smalls, everyone. It's absolutely unconscionable to think that we have two political parties and a set of oligarchs that are continuing to try to dismantle our public services, attacking their own employees at a time when people are already suffering to such a great extent. And so, Chris, I'm sorry for what happened to you at Amazon, but I am glad that you are now a national voice, that you are giving voice to people who didn't have it before this crisis. Our next speaker is likewise giving a voice to those who don't have it. He is the president of the American Postal Workers Union of Vermont, which has endorsed the Movement for a People's Party. He is on the executive council of the Vermont AFL-CIO. He is, of course, defending the union, which is now under relentless attack by the Trump administration in an effort to question the validity of the vote by mail. But also, as he will share, probably, I'm sure, is the United States Postal Service has been under attack really for decades. And the resolutions that have challenged it the most were passed by the Democratic and the Republican Party, efforts to defund the Postal Service. And so next, it's great to introduce you to Omar Fernandez, president of the APWU of Vermont.
Omar Fernandez. I think I found him on Twitter.
Hello, everyone. My name is Omar Fernandez. I am the president of the American Postal Workers Union of Vermont, and I also am the vice president of the Postal Workers of Vermont for the AFL-CIO. Now, why do I mention these things? The reason I mention those titles is not to impress anyone. The only reason I even bring up those titles.
Hey, press 5 if you were impressed with either of those titles.
The consent of my sisters and brothers in the state of Vermont. They gave me permission to represent them through everything that we need to go through. I'm going to come back to that because we need to come together on things that we
press 1 if you weren't impressed with those titles.
So, and absolutely, the American Postal Workers Union of Vermont endorses the Movement for a People's Party. I've only been doing this for
Vermont. I love it. Fucking Vermont.
Very short years. I've only been working for the post office for 6 years, and I've only been president for 3-4 years. And I've learned And I've been frustrated that
He didn't want to impress you, but he's mentioning it again.
both parties are not doing what they need to do to take care of the Postal Service. I know some of my brothers and sisters out there want to say that somebody here and somebody there is helping us. That's absolutely
Who's getting an image of Cliff Clavin right now in their mind?
true. They are, in both sides, Republican and Democrats, are both helping us. But not enough. There's too much excuses. Too much of, well, we can't because this. We can't because this person hasn't jumped in and all that. That needs to stop. We need a third party because they have two parties already. The oligarchs and the corporations
They've got other parties too, bro.
already have two parties that take care of them. We need a party to take care of us. Just want to go over the history
What about
of
the Green
Postal
Party?
Service.
They've
In
been around for a
1970,
while.
there was a wildcat strike that was created around that area where we decided
Libertarian
went
Party.
against the laws and everything and formed the American Postal Workers Union. After that, everything was going great. All of a sudden, the Congress wanted to do an analysis to
The numbers aren't going up.
see how the
11,000.
Postal Service was doing. They wanted to see how badly we were doing. But what did they find out instead? They found out that the Postal Service overpaid retirement. Some people say 75 billion.
gonna make some coffee.
Some people say 100 billion have been overpaid during that time.
My doggy.
Now, right after that, they came out with a law called the PAEA. This law, passed in 2006 by a lame duck session of Congress by both parties, is what put the concrete around our necks to try to drown us. We still have been surviving because you have been out there supporting us. This law, if it wasn't for this law that makes us pay 75 years in advance of retirement, if it wasn't for that law, the Postal Service would have operating profits in the last 6 years. I'm going to repeat that again. If it wasn't for this PAEA law that was passed, we would have 6 years of profits, and no one would be able to say that the Postal Service was not doing well. Now that I talked about that, and all that stuff was very important, I want to thank the people for supporting the Postal Service. You guys, because of you, things
I support the Postal Service. I do. I use them.
have been taking place that are absolutely amazing. The American Postal Workers Union have been screaming, yelling this for many years about how they've been trying to privatize us. Staples tried to do it. We went against it, all those kind of things. But because of the people, you guys actually forced the Postmaster General to stop doing what he's doing until after
USPS.
the ballots are put
USPS,
in, until after this election.
USPS,
so it doesn't look like they're even doing
like
anything.
Five.
But I want to
over
let you know,
over
folks,
$10
we need
worth
to
going
keep
out.
going even after that. This is your service. This is your postal service. We make the money that we make because you use us. You take care of us. The roads that we have is because of the Postal Service and the power of the people behind us. Do not lose your service. Just want to let you know, in Vermont, in my plant, White River Junction, they took out a facing machine, a cancellation machine, with the idea of them saying, oh, we're going to put in a new one, and so that it could even be better. They still have not done that. It's been about a month and a half, 2 months that they've done that, and they still have not been replacing it. And what do they say? What are the excuse that they say? They say because volume is low. That is absolutely incorrect. If volume is low, then why is overtime high? Absolutely, we have some brothers and sisters that have been out, but that mail is coming in. Those packages are coming in. All that work that machine was doing is being done manually. Now, if they want to go ahead and keep out the machine and have more people come in to do it manually, I'm for it. We have a great job. I love working for the Postal Service. I love our universal mandate that we have. To take care of the people, that is a pride that we have when we serve our people. And there was one other thing. Over in Manchester, New Hampshire, there was a machine that was taken out, anywhere from a $20,000, $30,000 machine was taken out and sold for $2,000
To Russia.
for parts, ladies and gentlemen. These are our machines that they're giving away for nothing, for next to nothing. Now let's talk about the most important thing in all of this.
Taking apart the Postal Service.
The most important thing in all of us is you, is me. We need to stick together. Let us come together on things we can agree upon. No one is a better advocate for you than you. It's something that I tell my brothers and sisters in the union. We need to come together. We need to stay together and not let anything divide us whatsoever. Not let anything whatsoever divide us. There's some scriptures that I love. The scriptures that I love, written in the Word of God. It says in 1 John 4:17, as he is, so are we
He's reciting
in this world, ladies and gentlemen. We are God's. Jesus himself said in Psalms 82:6.
Oh, no.
Didn't I say
No, shut the fuck up with your Jesus shed shit, dude. You're an asshole.
Look it up. Don't
Shut
believe
up.
me. It's in there.
Shut
One
up.
thing that I want you to do.
Get rid of this
almost right
motherfucker.
here, I want you to call your senators. I want you
Jesus fucking Christ, did he just
to use
pull
this
that
number,
shit?
833-924-0085.
That's fucking, that is just, dude.
Again, 833-924-0085.
I wonder how many atheists
and
are
tell
watching
them to
this.
pass the money that we need to keep the Postal Service going. We are an organization that is nonprofit and that works.
Someone
on the
just said,
services
"Whoa,
that we
God."
provide, but because of COVID and because of
Someone else is like, whoa!
that PAEA, that's the reason
Keep
I
God
believe
out
that.
of it, someone
I'm gonna
just
end with
said.
this, because I want you to understand and know the power that you have, my sisters and brothers. It's a poem by Mary.
A lot of people are
Ian
like,
Williamson.
thank you, amen,
It's called Our
amen,
Greatest
bless you,
Fear.
bless you.
Says, our greatest fear, it is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are more powerful.
Still
beyond measure.
Still
It is our
11,000.
light, not our darkness, that
260
most
people.
frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, and fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be?
This coffee's so
You
fucking
are a
good.
child of God. You are playing small. Does not serve the world.
Ooh.
There's nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people who feel insecure around you. We were born to make manifest the glory of God that is within us.
Jesus
It is not
fucking,
just in some of us.
Jesus
It is
fucking
in
Christ!
As we let our
Dude.
light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. One more time. As we let our light shine, we unconsciously give other people
Get this fucker off of here, please, I said.
As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others. Folks, let your light shine. Let's get this party started. Let's keep together. Let us not divide. Let us come together and get things done. Thank you so much for your time, brothers and sisters. Thank you. Thank you.
I said God is for the weak-minded. God, they're fucking assholes for letting him talk like that.
Thank you, Omar. We're
Fuck
so
you.
grateful to have your support.
Fuck you.
At APW.
Fuck you,
for the
vag
Movement for a People's
face.
Party. And you can know that the Movement for a People's Party is there for you. And you can call on us.
Shut up,
anytime
puss
that you need,
face.
Because that's what we believe on. as a new
God
party.
damn,
We
manicured
believe that a
fucking
new party
vagina
needs to
face.
stand with postal workers. It needs to stand with
Poorly
workers in
manicured
general.
vagina
And
face.
to all of us on the call, I'm sure we will be there to defend the Postal Service and the postal unions in their time of need.
Yeah, go to church,
Our
motherfucker.
next speaker
Go pray.
has
God, I hope
sent
Jim.
in a video
I hope Jimmy Dore makes fun of
his
him.
comedy special. He is a renowned comedian, host of Redacted Tonight. This
Lee
clip which he
Camp!
sent us was from his newest comedy special,
Awesome.
performed at the El Rey
Oh,
Theater
this is great.
in Los Angeles.
Everybody I tell you to watch is on here. Lee Camp. Yes.
He's a catastrophe, but here's the thing. I'm going to say his name probably 1 to 2 more times throughout this hour, and the reason is because he's a fucking symptom. He's not the cause of our problems, all right? He's a symptom. He's a visual representation of how fucked up shit has gotten. He's just a boil that has risen up, and now we can all see it.
It's a boil.
And the mask has come off, and we're like, oh, there it is. Oh, I didn't know how bad it got until I saw that thing. But he's not the cause. And we have the resistance, the faux resistance, the Mick resistance, the corporate Dems and the mainstream media. And they're like, we're the resistance! Oh, really? You're gonna stop the big banks from exploiting all of us? Well, no, not on the big banks. We're the resistance! Oh, you're gonna stand up at Big Pharma so that people can fucking afford their medication? No, not on pharma. But otherwise, we're the resistance! Oh, you're gonna stand up against private prisons and the fact that we're imprisoning everybody in this goddamn country? Well, no, not on that. But we're the resistance! Oh, you're gonna stop the wars around the world and killing innocent civilians? Well, no, not on that. Well, then what the fuck are you resisting? What are you resisting? And
Supposed to be resisting Donald Trump.
We're opposed to porn
Camp,
stars.
everyone. Hope you enjoyed that. You can find the whole comedy special on YouTube for free, released just recently. It's hilarious. I recommend it very highly. And I also want to give an update on the People's Convention overall. So I have just learned that we are top 10 trending in the United States of America right now. All of you here in the People's Convention, that's your doing. This is your party that we're building right here. Number 9 trending along with People's Party.
Good.
So way to go, everyone. Let's keep it up.
Good.
Next up, we have the National Director of Move to Amend, President of the Board of Directors of Democracy Unlimited, and a local democracy fellow with the Liberty Tree Foundation. It is Caitlin Sapasi Belknap.
Hi, everyone. My name is Caitlin Sapasi Belknap, and I'm honored and excited to be here today in such distinguished company, which includes, of course, the thousands and thousands of you who are tuning in because you've had it with the corporate party duopoly. I also want to give a shout out to my fellow Greens who are here. I've been a Green since I turned 18, so I want to acknowledge my sisters and brothers who have known for a long time that this shit is rigged. I'm here today in my capacity as National Director of Move to Amend. Move to Amend is a grassroots movement to pass the We the People Amendment to the Constitution to make clear that only human beings have constitutional rights, and to make clear that the ability to exercise our First Amendment free speech rights and have influence over elections should have nothing to do with how much money you have. Last year, Movement for a People's Party endorsed Move to Amend, and I hope that you'll do the same at movetoamend.org. And the Movement for a People's Party adopted the principles of our amendment in the initial party platform, which is certainly more than can be said for the Republican Party, who embraced Citizens United with glee, and the Democratic Party, who pay lip service to ending corporate rule, but whose leadership serves at the behest of their Wall Street funders. Ending corporate rule is foundational to making real the promise of democracy, a promise that has never fully been fulfilled in the United States, and whose blessings are less attainable with every minute that Republicans or the Democratic Party hold power. Our Constitution has been hijacked by
Let's see if we can skip ahead a little bit.
for themselves. Vote however your conscience tells you to in November. But the time is now to build a major new party for working people in America, free from corporate and billionaire influence that takes
That's
all that
attractive.
we've learned in the fight for independent political parties over the last 25 years and applies it to our current challenges and our current opportunities. We're on the precipice as a country and as a species. The
Man,
America that we have known is a failure.
she's ruining
and
my
nearly
live
everything needs to
broadcast.
change.
Nobody wants
And
to
we
see
know
her.
this in our
Fuck.
hearts. We have so much work before us, but we can do it because we have to.
Okay, finish up. Finish
Let's
up.
embrace new visions that draw on old wisdom and bury the structures of oppression and
Let's
exploitation
wrap it
that
up,
entrenched
girl.
the Democratic and
Let's
Republican
wrap it
parties
up.
and the forces that own them. I'm so very honored to be here with you to start this party, and I can't wait to see what we'll accomplish. And please do join us at Move to Amend in passing the We the People Amendment to end corporate rule. You can do that at movetoamend.org.
Caitlin, it's an honor. Thank you for your comments. That is the fire that we need to start a major new party.
That was really
Our next
fire.
speaker is someone who likewise brings that fire and adds to it a real tradition of American intellectualism, which
Dr.
unfortunately is
Dr. Cornel West?
not the norm. We have the Pulitzer Prize winning journalist, former foreign correspondent for the New York Times, Middle East Bureau Chief and Balkan Bureau Chief with the New York Times, author of several best-selling books, writes for many national publications, host of the Emmy Award-winning RT America show On Contact, Chris Hedges.
Oh, fuck. My bad.
Thanks, Nick, and thanks for letting me speak with such impressive people, some of whom I know and most of whom I know about.
Oh, he's a fucking low
There
talker.
is only one choice
Jesus fucking Christ, grow some lungs, pussy.
in this election, and that is the consolidation of oligarchic power. Under
Happy
Donald
420,
Trump,
everybody. Cheers to the
or
law regarding
consolidation
cannabis.
of Oligarchic power under Joe Biden.
Christopher,
Oligarchs will
what,
take
why,
over,
why,
will win again,
why, what?
And we will lose. The oligarchs made it abundantly clear, should Bernie Sanders have miraculously become the Democratic Party nominee, they would join forces with the Republicans to crush him. The oligarchs preach the mantra of the least worst to us when they attempt to ram a Hillary Clinton or a Joe Biden down our throats, but ignore it for themselves. They prefer Biden over Trump, but they can live with either. Only one thing matters to the oligarchs. It is not democracy. It is not truth. It is not the consent of the governed. It is not income inequality. It is not the surveillance state. It is not endless war. It is not jobs. It is not the climate breakdown. It is the primacy of corporate power, which has extinguished our democracy and left most of the working class and the working poor in misery, as well as the continued increase and consolidation of their wealth. It is impossible to work within the system to shatter the hegemony of oligarchic power or institute meaningful reform. Change, real change, will only come by sustained acts of mass civil disobedience and mobilization, as with the Yellow Vest movement in France and the British-based Extinction Rebellion. The longer we are fooled by the electoral burlesque, the more disempowered we will become. He tried to stave off a revolt by his supporters and delegates on the eve of the convention by sending out repeated messages in his name most of them authored by members of the Clinton campaign, to be respectful, not disrupt the nominating process, and support Clinton. Sanders was a dutiful sheepdog then and is a dutiful sheepdog now, attempting to herd his disgruntled supporters into the embrace of the Clinton and now Biden campaign. Sanders apparently believed that if he was obsequious enough to the Democratic Party elite, they would give him a chance in 2020, a chance they denied him in 2016. Politics, I suspect he would argue, is about compromise and the practical, and this is true. But playing politics in a system that is not democratic is about being complicit in the charade. Sanders misread the Democratic Party leadership, swamp creatures of the corporate state. He misread the Democratic Party itself, which is a corporate mirage. Its base can, at best, select pre-approved candidates and act as props at rallies and in choreographed party conventions. The Democratic Party voters have zero influence on party politics or party policies. Sanders' naivete and perhaps his lack of political courage drove away many of his most committed young supporters. They are right, he is wrong. We need to overthrow the system, not placate it. Trump and Biden are each repugnant figures, doddering into old age with cognitive lapses and no moral core. Is Trump more dangerous than Biden? Yes. Is Trump more inept and more dishonest? Yes. Is Trump more of a threat to the open society? Yes. But is Biden the solution? No. Biden represents the nostalgia of the ruling elite for the old neoliberal order. He personifies the betrayal by the Democratic Party of working men and women that sparked the deep hatred of the ruling elites across the political spectrum. He is a gift to demagogues and con artists like Trump. A Biden presidency will ensure that far more competent demagogues will rise to take power. Biden cannot plausibly offer change. He can only offer more of the same. And most Americans do not want more of the same. The country's largest voting bloc, the 100 million plus citizens who out of apathy or disgust do not vote, will once again stay home. This demoralization of the electorate is by design.
Where's everybody going?
In America, you are only allowed to vote against what you hate. But by voting for Biden, you do vote for something. You vote for the humiliation of courageous women, such as Anita Hill, who confronted their abusers. You vote for the architects of the endless wars in the Middle East. You vote for the apartheid state in Israel. You vote for wholesale surveillance of the public by government intelligence agencies and the abolition of due process and habeas corpus.
Making great points, man.
You vote for austerity programs, including the destruction of welfare and cuts to Social Security. You vote for NAFTA, free trade deals, deindustrialization, a decline in wages, the loss of hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs, and the offshoring of jobs to underpaid workers who toil in sweatshops in Mexico, China, or Vietnam. You vote for the assault on public education and the transfer of federal funds to for-profit and Christian charter schools. You vote for the doubling of our prison population, the tripling and quadrupling of sentences, and huge expansion of crimes meriting the death penalty. You vote for militarized police who gun down poor people of color with impunity. You vote against the Green New Deal and immigration reform. You vote for limiting a woman's right to abortion and reproductive rights. You vote for a segregated public school system in which the wealthy receive educational opportunities and poor people are denied a chance. You vote for punitive levels of student debt and the inability to free yourself of debt obligations through bankruptcy. You vote for deregulating the banking industry and the abolition of Glass-Steagall. You vote for the for-profit insurance and pharmaceutical corporations and against universal health care.
That's what we were just
You
talking
vote
about
for
earlier.
bloated
Earlier
defense
show.
budgets. You vote for the use of unlimited oligarchic and corporate money to buy our elections. You vote for a politician who, during his time in the Senate, abjectly served the interests of MBNA, the largest independent credit card company headquartered in Delaware, which also employed Biden's son, Hunter. What the public wants and deserves will again be ignored for what the corporate lobbyists demand. If we do not respond to the social and economic catastrophe that has been visited on most of the population, exacerbated by our failure to control the pandemic, we will be unable to thwart the rise of corporate tyranny and a Christian fascism, or halt the ecocide that will wipe out the human species along with most other life forms.
Hear that?
Right-wing violence, along with lethal police violence, will explode with or without
Hey, MDS.
Trump in office. If we do not build robust socialist programs to reintegrate those who've been pushed aside back into society, to heal the ruptured social bonds, to give workers jobs that provide a sustainable income and dignity, empowerment and protection, to provide free and well-funded schooling through college. If we do not rebuild our labor unions, along with instituting universal health care and an end to the squandering of our resources on endless war. Yes, we need new radical parties, which is why I'm here today. And in this election and from now on, we need to stand up for our values, not surrender them, which is why I urge you in this election to vote for the Green Party. I am not willing to surrender every issue I care about to become an accomplice in this moral squalor and death march to extinction.
Holy
But I'm also
shit!
not naive enough to tell you we can win.
He just fucked them all, didn't he? My goodness, I can't believe he just said that.
Mechanisms of control.
He's telling people who to fucking vote for, man.
These corporate forces have us by the throat,
God,
and they
Chris.
have my children by the throat. In the end, I do not fight fascists because I will win. I fight fascists because they are fascists. Thank you.
I can't believe he just said that. He urged them to vote. He said the Green Party.
Thank you, Chris, for that very lucid assessment of where we are as a country. You speak with the knowledge of having seen the breakdown of civil societies in other countries in Eastern Europe, and I am honored and privileged, as we all are, that you bring that perspective and analysis here today to truly appreciate the gravity of what is happening in the United States.
Still only 11,600 viewers.
Segment is a montage of the many thousands of different supporters that we have across the country. I'm happy to say that as a part of the lead up to the People's Convention, we put out a call for videos, for testimony, for citizen testimony, to be a part of the convention, to speak in their own words about what is happening across the country. It is one thing for those of us who are here today, whom you're hearing from
I never heard anything about
speakers, to share it with you. It is another for you to hear it from people themselves in their own struggles that they've confronted. So I'm happy now to turn it over to our storyboard testimonials videos, to them.
Neither of the major parties in the United States represent the people. Both represent the interests of the wealthy.
I've been voting for this two-party system forever. For what? Why do we have them?
Right now what we have is essentially a two-party duopoly that gives us one more choice than a dictatorship.
We can't have universal health care. Big Pharma won't allow it. We can't have a living wage. Big business won't allow it. We can't address the climate crisis. The
Sounds like she says we're fucked.
fossil fuel industry won't allow it.
Politicians that we currently have in power and the system that currently oppresses us.
I can't stand this sad music.
Stealing our money for decades.
Can we thrive under this current?
Sorry, muting your sad, stupid music. I'm not fucking gonna subject you guys to sad, stupid music. And listen to me. I was really looking forward to bringing you guys Jimmy Dore and Ron Placone as they speak at this People's Convention. But what I don't understand is, where is everybody? There's 12 viewers now? You guys just all left? You guys don't want to support this? You're not having fun? You're not just to hang out, you know, and chill with me for a few hours and watch this and take it all in? I mean, I'm at least I'm filtering out the bullshit and commenting on the bullshit for you and making it funny and fun. I have 12 viewers. If you're one of my 12 viewers, press number 9. If you're one of my 12 viewers, press number 9 right now. I want to know who's here. Who are the 12 people that are here watching still? You guys are obviously loyal to my cause. No matter what it is I'm showing. Yeah, that's not pressing number 9. Erica, thank you, honey. Kat, 9. James, 9. Hippie Chick, 9. Luke, 9. Justin, 9. Fucking 12 people watching. And I even mute out the bullshit sad music bullshit. You guys want to hear the sad music that I'm muting for you so you don't have to listen to it?
We need a new party. We need the People's Party now.
You glad that I muted that shit?
You have it there from our very own supporters about why this is so important, that we need to form a major.
You're welcome!
Next up was going to be Senator Mike Gravel. Unfortunately, Senator Gravel was not able to...
It's Mike Gravel!
But he said that he would be
It's
honored
Mike
to join
Gravel.
us on
Gravel. Gravel.
later. And so we will have to save something for everyone for later. But they say always keep them wanting more.
Gravel.
So there you have it.
It's Gravel.
And so,
It's Gravel. It's Mike Gravel. It's not two L's. It's not ELLE. It's GRAVEL. Gravel.
so in place of Mike Gravel, we have our next speaker.
Gravel.
He is a former
Gravel.
grassroots candidate for Congress in New York's 12th Congressional District. She's on the steering committee
Mike
of
Gravel.
Justice of the
Mike
Justice for All
Gravel.
Coalition. She's a
Mike
pioneer in
Gravel.
March in New York City. She is a
Mike
stand-up
Gravel.
champion, and she is
Except it's
Lauren
not ELLE. So how do you get Gravel out of ELLE? Out of EL. How do you get Gravel?
Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here today. My name is Lauren Ashcraft, and you may recognize me from my recent congressional campaign in New York 12. I ran to raise awareness around some of the most urgent issues our society faces. But along the way, I realized that everything is so much more broken than it even seems. We live in a failed state, and that state was built around the premise of white property-owning men making decisions that only benefit them. That's held up so well that 244 years later, our fascist president, the administration, police, are thanking white supremacist terrorists for slaughtering protesters in the street. That's the country that we live in. You cannot fix something that was built to be broken. We have to shatter the systems that oppress us and rebuild everything for all of us. We're in an abusive relationship with our two-party system. The Democratic Party plays good cop, while the Republican Party plays bad cop. And what have we learned through all of these protests? All cops are bastards. We need a party that is built
I like that.
built from truth-telling, from the struggles of the working class, not a party that accepts money from the industries that profit from our oppression. What no establishment politician wants you to know, that at the federal level, we pay for things through something called congressional appropriations. Nothing bad has ever happened when we've spent more than we've taxed back. We're doing it right now. We're deficit spending to pay for endless wars, to put kids in cages, to militarize the police. There is no deficit boogeyman that comes out from
I
under
love
our
that they're
desks
saying
and people
demilitarize
So why is
instead
it
of defund. This is
politicians want us
great.
to think there is
Yes,
when we want
demilitarize.
universal health care?
Totally agree. They don't need fucking weapons of
Donors.
war.
So let me tell you something that was not said at the RNC, that was certainly not said at the DNC. We can pay for universal health care. We can pay for the Green New Deal. We can pay for a jobs guarantee. We can cancel the rent. We can pay for everyone in this country to get $2,000 a month until the end of this crisis. We can defund the police. We can stop endless wars. We can build a country in which we are all truly
She just said
equal.
defund the police.
What we can't do is wait. To wait means you have the privilege of jogging down the street, sleeping in your bed, or opening your car door without being shot by the police. Someday your loved ones are going to ask you what you did in this moment. Tell them that you knew we had to
They're
keep
always playing on that little
and that
guilt
you did
chord.
everything you could to fight for it. So I'm asking you to join me by voting
You know what I'm going to tell my grandkids when
in
they
your
ask me,
conscience this November.
what did you do during
And
that
help me
time?
afterwards
I'm going to
to
say,
build a party
Bucky!
platform that works for every single one of us. We don't have to choose between bad and worse. We can choose change. Thank you.
Oh God, that almost sounded like Barack Obama. Yeah, vote for me. We're gonna change it all, folks. We're gonna change it, folks. Hope and change. Hopey changey.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you. That is very well said. And I'm happy to say, too, that I have just learned that we are now number 4 trending in the United States. Because this is the convention that people should have seen 2 weeks ago.
I don't know what he means by number 4 trending in the United States. Does anybody understand what that means?
This is the convention that people should have seen 1 week ago, and it's happening now. In 3 weeks, we, as the Movement for a People's Party, organized all of these amazing people that you're seeing here today. Imagine what we can do as the people in 4 years. Our next speaker is also a former Democratic congressional candidate from New York. He ran for New York's 9th congressional district. He is a housing rights organizer and a criminal justice advocate, a combat veteran of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, Isaiah James.
Thank you so much for having me. I want to thank everybody for hosting this and putting this on. You know, and I'm for those who don't know me, my name is Isaiah James.
It's almost quarter of the hour.
33 years old. Like I said, I'm a housing organizer. I'm a disabled veteran. I'm an activist. But first and foremost, I'm a black man in America. And as many of you have seen over these past few weeks and months, you know, the plight of black people in America is something that really needs to be heard and taken seriously.
You know, he's
You know,
first and
we
foremost,
haven't
I'm just
been
going to say this.
nearly as diligent as we not as a country.
First and foremost, he's a black man in America, and I'm going to tell you how I differ from him. First and foremost, I'm a human being in the world. First and foremost. So he's a fucking racist to start with. You don't say that. First and foremost, I'm a black man in America. No. First and foremost, you're a human being on the planet Earth. And all of you should be thinking that way. And remember that this guy's got racist tendencies already going in.
The audacity of both parties in this country
Cheers.
to tell women when they can and cannot use their constitutional rights over their body. And when I say that, it's because Democrats spend more money on wars than Planned Parenthood. The audacity of both parties in this country to tell black people that you should go to jail for longer. And I say that because Democrats also fund private prisons and they fund the police state. The audacity of both parties in this country to say we cannot afford universal health care when Democrats and Republicans both fund our war machine. Well, guess what? It's time for us, the people, to be audacious. It's time for us to stand up and make our voices heard. Because like it's always been true.
Oh, all of a sudden, now it's us. Now it's us.
Get there one step at a time.
Oh, I
The
thought
journey
first
is
and
long,
foremost you were a
it is
black
hard,
man
it is
in
arduous,
America.
But it is worth it when you get to the summit. And that's what
Did he
Dr.
say
Martin
man?
talked about 50, 60
Did he
years
say
ago.
man?
That's what
So
Brother Malcolm
not
X
only
talked
did he
about.
separate
That's what
himself
Daniel
by
Dennett
color,
talked about.
he
That's what all
separated
these great
himself by
women
sex
throughout
as well.
generations have talked about.
Crazy,
About
right?
moving the ball
I'm a human
forward
being.
each
I didn't
generation.
say a man, a human
I'm
male.
33 years
I'm a
old.
human being
I may
on the
not
planet
get
Earth.
to see the end of this result, but I can show that we have to push. It's time for all of us to stand up.
I'm
and stick with
better
our
than
spines and
you
strengthen our
are.
resolves and put
I'm
our
a better
backs to the wall
person than
and
you.
move this country in the direction that it purports to be. Because our founding document was written by men who owned slaves, so that should tell you how much stock they put in the word
That's
freedom.
true. That's
But
true.
it says that all men and women were created equal. If that is so, if that is to ever be true, we have to make it true. Because change doesn't exist in a vacuum. No rights that we have were ever easily won. They are hard fought. So when it comes time for people like me in this generation, and I am so proud and honored to be here, and you see there's people from all walks of life, comedians, actors, political, scientists, professors, because that's what it is. This is a movement. This is a movement saying that the people have had enough. You don't have to be Republican to like this movement. You don't have to be Democrat to like this movement. All you have to be is a person that is willing to say that I am my brother's keeper. I am my sister's keeper. I am this earth's steward. Because we did not inherit this earth from our ancestors. We're borrowing it from future generations. And if we wanted to
No,
look
we're
like
not.
anything for our children,
We're not
to
borrowing it
bear
from future
we have to
generations
start now.
because there aren't going to
Because
be
as
any
I said
future
before,
generations,
opposite,
pal. You're
we don't
looking
have
at
time
it.
to wait on income inequality. We don't have time to wait on
You know,
climate
these
change.
children of
We don't
today
have
will be
time to
lucky
wait
if they
on
see
criminal
40 years
justice
old.
reform. We don't have time to wait. Poor people, working people, black people, brown people, indigenous people, trans folks, we don't have the luxury of sitting back and being placated anymore. We don't have the luxury of going to talk to our friends in Congress because they don't listen to us. They only listen to the big donors. So now is the time for us to stand up. And I understand that it's a monumental task. It really, truly is. But so was dismantling slavery, a system that...
What's going on with that mustache?
It's a monumental
What's going on with that mustache?
So was
Did he slip?
A system that had existed for almost 100 years. It's a monumental task. But guess what? We're up to the task. We're up to
Dude, you shave the mustache off, bro. You shave it off and you grow it back. What the fuck did you do?
Congress because I'm tired of seeing the same homeless brothers and sisters on my block. I ran for Congress because I am tired. My wife being a public school teacher, us having to scrape together whatever money we have to buy things for her classroom, while the NYPD's budget is $6 billion. I ran for Congress because I am tired of seeing 22 veterans die a day of suicide when our defense budget is $760 billion.
Right.
I ran for Congress because I am tired of seeing high-rise buildings go up in my community that people who look like me, who built this community, cannot afford. I ran for Congress because I am tired of getting those damn messages in my email box telling me that I owe hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loans. I ran for Congress because I am tired of seeing women have to live in homeless shelters while we have more billionaires than any city in the world. I ran for Congress because I was tired of seeing this. And if you are tired of seeing this too, if you are fed up with our two-party corporate system that is backed by the same oligarchs and the same fascist movement, if you are tired, then I implore you to stand up and join the People's Party. I implore you that.
See, he said People's Party, not Green Party. But he's not telling you who to vote for.
I'm not voting for the lesser of two evils.
Wow.
The lesser of two evils is still evils. And if Joe Biden were to win, all it's going to do is empower the next neo-lib, the next neo-lib, and the next neo-lib. We have to break the chain. We have to break the cycle. All it takes is one. A mighty oak tree grows out of a tiny seed. This is the seed right now that's being planted.
Still only 11,000 people watching.
The tree bears fruit. Future generations can feast from our labors. So thank you again to everybody who's here, who's stepping up, who's speaking out. Thank you.
It's 4:20 Newfoundland, Jinman. Cheers.
And thank you all for listening.
Bro, they're all making sense, man. I mean, he just should have taken care of that mustache. I mean,
Thank you, Isaiah.
even his vag face is better than Homeboy's mustache was.
Your speech about why you
No offense. I'm just saying. He should have shaved the whole friggin' thing off.
We have the creative activist, a singer, a writer, host of Act Out on Free Speech TV, freelance writer, founder of Art Killing Apathy, founder and lead singer of the political hard rock band Rooftop Revolutionaries. She's going to read us a poem, a fantastic poet, recently published all of her poems in Paradigm Lost. Please welcome Eleanor Goldfield.
Eleanor, I found her, I think.
Thank you so much, Nick, and thank you.
On Twitter.
It's been incredibly
Eleanor.
inspiring and awesome to hear everyone speak.
She's
Kinda
pretty.
Like you need poetry because you're already doing it.
Goldfield.
But, I am here to offer a little bit of a poetic,
Maybe, maybe not.
break.
I don't know.
And actually, this was specially requested by Nick. So I wrote it for this particular time and place. that
She's
we're all
really pretty, huh?
experiencing. So, yeah, I hope you enjoy it. What a strange time to write poetry. What a strange time to play music. What a strange time to build barricades and light Molotov dreams. What a strange time to rattle thrones.
Take this outside even when I go and I walk the dog, or when I was outside in the garage.
To smell change.
Cheers.
To pray with
Cheers,
raised
Jinmin.
fists. And to meditate in bellowed screams. What a strange time to smile. To laugh. To wear masks that reveal who we are, to dance when we know the world is watching, to forge silver linings in hurricanes, to write our stories in graffiti on monuments to a whitewashed history. A strange time. The siren song of normal.
Enoch,
The
right on,
normal,
brother. Welcome back.
So strange. Do you remember? That mirage, a facade of democracy, a well-dressed hypocrisy, now naked, obvious.
My dog needs attention.
Illusions always die hard, and they always haunt the living. Everything wasn't all right, and it isn't all right. It may not be all right. I'm not all right, and if you're not all right, that's all right. Through a trembling hand, I can write poetry. With aching arms, we can build. Through tired eyes, that we can see. With weak knees, we can fight. In the din of toppling empires, we can rest. And in these cramped corners, we can make worlds. We are historic. We are futuristic. We are placeholders for infinity. We won't be here again, but we are here now. In these strange days and in these strange ways. And you can stop us like you can stop a sunrise. Seeds will grow and others will burn. That fire inside is your ancestral guide. Call on it now. As we swoop into trenches, navigate underworlds, catch glimpses of sky and carve hope in our minds. Feel summer's soaked concrete, our feet pounding streets. Sew our dreams with silver threads, weave wonder in a weary world. And these songs of freedom drown out our fears. Carrying a tune from fields to mines.
I'm glad you showed up, bro. I'm glad you showed up, man. I'm impressed.
Haymarket to Zuccotti Park, it's the chorus
Right on,
of
MDF.
improvised beats. No solos, but symphonies rising. More and more, a crescendo electric, tripping that light, fantastic, bombastic. It ain't no requiem mass, it's a love song. To militant joy, to radical resolve, to the solidarity of the shaken, to the
It's a hell of a poem, huh, guys?
emergent, divergent, and like root systems finding our way home, to the fight, to the build. Heartbeats pulse the rhythm of our place and our time. There's no pause, no rewind.
4 pause.
Play.
Very good. Very good poem. I'll give you an A+. An A+ for that poem.
Thank you, Eleanor. That was beautiful. I hope that you will submit more to us. We would love to publish them on peoplesparty.org. There is no revolution without art,
he's all
without
like
poetry, and without dance, and without song. And the People's Party is no exception. I'm happy to say, too, that we have now climbed to number 2 trending nationally in the United States.
Where?
That's what it looks like for the people to be taking power back.
Where does
That's
he?
what it looks like
Where does he
for
track
the
that?
people to be claiming
It's what does he mean? We're trending.
no more.
Does
for them to be saying,
Does anybody know what he's
"Now
talking
we
about
take the driver's seat."
when he says we're trending in the United States? Number
Our
2.
next speaker is the host of the Progressive Soapbox and radio show out of Washington, D.C., Fault Lines, on 105.5 FM, Jamarl Thomas.
Oh, this guy. I hate this guy.
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
I hate this guy. Let's see what he's
I
got to
quibble
say.
back and forth over what to actually talk about, but I think I want to start with unemployment. 1 million people filed for unemployment last week. This compounds with the 1 million that filed before that. On top of the 1 million people that filed, 12 million people had to file or basically are out of healthcare at this very moment in the midst of a pandemic.
Can't see him.
This combines
He's
with
so
the
far
20 million
away.
people that were out of healthcare even after Obamacare was signed. There are people who are basically flung into the streets from their homes because they couldn't necessarily afford to pay their rent. And understand all of these things are acts of policy. They're not acts of God. There were choices that were made to benefit one over the other.
God,
in Wisconsin, right now, there are
Why-
riots.
Why does he
Now,
have this?
people who are, let's say,
all this wall behind him? Why did he put his camera 20 feet away?
They always and never necessarily deal with the realities that were there as precursors. No one in their right mind wants to be out there angry and perturbed and throwing stuff. They're visiting violence upon people who are, let's say, somewhat in an indiscriminate manner. But again, no one wants to pay attention to what was visited on them prior. The poverty rate for African Americans in Kenosha, Wisconsin was 39%. For whites,
I got this.
13%. Their majority, if you're looking for areas that have an majority African American population, the overwhelming majority are either prisons or jails. That's astonishing. Those are acts of policy. That's horrendous. I'm making the point to you that these things are visited on your society, and it being visited on your society, no one cared.
Let's see if we can clear this up a little bit.
Anymore. In the work that we have
sorry.
ahead of us.
That's
Our
creepy.
next speaker is likewise an independent media leader.
All the
as well as a
pauses.
comedian, the host of Get Your News On with Ron.
Ron Placone!
I'm very grateful to him, Ron Placone.
Ron
and Graham Elwood
Placone.
for hosting our organizers.
Here we go.
At their live comedy events back when that was a thing. They were very gracious in always and any venue that they went to providing a table for MPP organizers, and I'm very thankful for that. And so I'd like to introduce to you now Ron Placone.
Thank you very much, Nick. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. We are here today because we realize that, people say, oh, the system's broken.
Why is the camera...
Here, we realize...
What is he thinking?
The system's working the way it's supposed to. It's working the way it's supposed to.
Why are these guys with the cameras like this?
For the donor class and for Wall Street. It's working so well, it's gotten to the point where our options for president are Joe Biden or Donald Trump. Like most people with a pulse, I don't want to vote for either candidate. For a lot of reasons. One of them being, I have a cat. I already spend enough time checking a box for a
piece of shit.
Piece of shit. And it's not unreasonable to say the only time people should be having to choose between alleged rapists is if they're picking someone out of a suspect lineup, not voting for a leader of the free world. And this is the point that it's gotten us to. This is by design. It's by design. During the Democratic presidential primaries,
there's anger.
There's more talk about having empathy for billionaires than there was about stopping the systemic murder of black people by police. We've reached a point where people like John Kasich and Colin Powell are part of the supposed alternative to the conservatives. At the rate we're going now, by 2028, Don Jr. is going to run for president as a Democrat.
That's funny.
I don't know who the Republican nominee is going to be. I'm guessing it's going to be a hologram of Mussolini. I imagine that'll be the front runner.
Top of the hour, no law regarding cannabis. Cannabisism, tis for all.
This
Cheers.
is by design. The Republicans are one of the greatest existential threats to mankind, to paraphrase Noam Chomsky. I believe that to be true. And the only way they're able to be this horrible is because of how ineffective the Democrats are. And vice versa. They need each other. And that's bipartisanship.
11,600 viewers.
It takes a Republican wing and a Democrat wing for the American eagle to fly. So it can shit on all of our heads. And we're here to say, it's time to end the duopoly. We're here to say that it's not radical to demand the type of healthcare system the rest of the industrialized world takes for granted. It's not radical to say we need to act bold on climate change now with a Green New Deal and it can't wait. It's not radical to say anybody working 40 hours a week at an honest job deserves a living wage. It's not radical to say we need to look out for the most vulnerable among us. It's not radical to say that education should be for everyone and not just for the elite. And it's certainly not radical to say it is time to end the wars and end them now. And I want to give a special thank you, first of all, to everyone here today. You're also amazing, but in particular, there are some of the speakers today that have done so much to educate myself and everybody else in the world, really, about what the United States is doing around the world, because that's a job the corporate media refuses to do and won't do. And
let me turn the chat off. I wonder if that's interfering.
that is why I personally am not for any war unless I'm willing to go fight in it myself. That's why the only war I am for is the war on drugs. I'm fighting for drugs. I think we're going to win.
He's fighting for drugs.
Actually, I'm feeling good about it, and I'm doing my part one joint at a time. But we are here today to say it's time to end the duopoly, and we cannot settle for less. And the time is now, because if not now, when?
He fucking just nailed that.
Because at the end of the day, my friends, there is nothing pragmatic about an incremental solution to a catastrophic problem. My name is Ron Flacone. You can learn more about
Dude,
me
he
at
just
ronflacone.com.
killed.
Thank you very much.
And so did Graham. I'm so proud of these guys.
Peace.
Okay, let's see if we can skip past this guy. Who's the next speaker?
Representatives this election cycle in California's 28th congressional district.
Who's this guy?
1,100 votes of advancing to the general election. We lost by less than 1%.
Oh my goodness! Here, let me back this up. Who is this dude?
Representation is so important in our government on every level, from municipal to state to federal. That's part of the reason why I ran against establishment Democrat Adam Schiff this year for a seat in Congress.
Oh shit.
I'm a trans feminine, non-binary person, and I want to ask you how we can expect people like you or me
Trans feminine non-binary. I have no idea what that means.
to be fairly represented in our government when there's no one like you or me in our government. Just 2 weekends ago,
He's pretty fierce. Could you imagine if he was mugging you in an alleyway?
It was clearly a hate crime. Public officials made sure to be there for the news announcement of an arrest in the case.
Name's
But a
Jeffree
week later,
Star.
when the case was dropped by the DA and the criminals were released,
Is he a
our same
she? Should I be
elected
calling him
officials
her?
were nowhere to be found
Should I be calling him
to
her?
demand justice.
She?
This is unacceptable and an inaccurate reflection of our values and ideals.
She's got that
I'm sure you've
Ming,
all noticed that the two-party system is not working
fucking Ming, Emperor Ming from goddamn, what was
In
it,
fact, it's
fucking,
only working for corporate America and the wealthy elites.
Buck
They
Rogers in the
can't choose
21st
Democrat
century.
or Republican.
Ming, that's got that Ming fucking, it's eyelashes or something, or the eyebrows. It's Ming, the merciless. Ming the
It doesn't
Merciless
seem that leaders of both parties
from Buck
are
Rogers in
working
the
against
21st century, I think. 21st century? Or the
corporate
25th
agenda
century?
rather than the agenda of the people. It's naive to believe that our elected officials will fight for Medicare for all when their donors are health insurers.
He had some work done on his nose.
It's foolish to believe that our elected officials care about housing.
He's got that Michael Jackson nose going on. Here, let's see if we can skip across this a little bit.
And dignity.
It's hard to watch.
I'm so proud to support the movement for
Hey, no freaking offense. Hey, I got no offense. No
People's
offense to
Party,
this.
and I cannot
I'm just saying I got a hard time
wait
looking
to
at
see
it,
the
that's
people rise
all.
up.
What?
Please join the movement and demand more of our government. Black Lives Matter, and I yield my time. Thank you.
I yield my time. Go fuck yourself. I should type that into the chat. I yield my time. Go fuck
you,
yourself.
Maybe. Next up, we have another independent media leader,
I yield my time. Suck my
another
dick. Go
longtime
fuck yourself.
supporter of MPP. It is the host, hailing from Miami, of Mi Casa es Su Casa, Nico House.
No! Oh, I hate this guy so much. You know what? Hey,
you all may not know this, but a lot of people ask me on a regular basis.
let's do this. All right, let's mute him. All right. Let's make him really, really fucking tiny because I fucking hate him. I have absolutely no interest in anything he has to say. And let's get high together. Let's smoke some cannabis. Here, you guys can look at me instead. Look over here. Don't look over there. Look over here at me. Look here. Everybody look at me. Nobody does that dude anymore, pal. Unreal. That guy's got absolutely nothing to say that I want to hear. All right, he's the biggest phony on the internet. He's a giant phony, and Graham Elwood owned his ass. And I'm going to tell you how after this bong rip, how Graham owned Nico House on Nico's show. It was beautiful. Cheers. So I guess everybody who doesn't call this guy a badge face, untrimmed fucking badge face, gets to come on here and speak, huh? So, Nico had, Nico's got like this big dead spot on his hair or something? Or did he bleach? Maybe he bleached his hair. I don't know. Looks kind of weird. Anyway, Nico had Graham Elwood on his show, and they were talking, and Nico brought up Tulsi Gabbard and said, you know, Tulsi told me that I should tell my audience, blah, blah, blah. And Graham immediately said, I feel real sorry for my friends who get bought by candidates who become their messengers and tell their audiences what they tell them to say. And Nico, fucking deer in the headlights, man. And for the next 10 minutes of the interview, he was just, his mind was reeling, and Graham was saying things, and Nico was just, you could tell he was up in his head, and it was embarrassing. It was hard to watch, but I don't like Nico House, so it was fucking awesome. Whatever, MDS. Psst. 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 Hey, MDS. Psst. Unreal, pal. God, is this motherfucker still blathering? There's 11,528 people watching. God, he's still blathering. Can I make the screen any smaller? It's tiny. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put him right there. Right on my head. Wow. There you go. What are you saying, Nico? What's that, Nico? I can't hear you, man. Can you whisper it in my ear? Hey, can you speak a little louder? Yeah, you want me to wait a moment? I'll just wait a moment. How about a minute? Would you rather me wait a minute? Or should I just wait? Should I wait a moment? Wait a moment, sir. Should I wait a moment? Yes, please, just wait a moment. Wait a moment, sir. Just wait. Just wait. Just wait. Wait a moment. Just wait a moment. Just wait a moment, sir. Just wait. Wait a moment. Just wait a moment. Wait a moment. Just wait a moment, please. Just wait a moment. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Wait a moment, please. Just wait a moment. God, is he still talking? I seriously, I have no interest in anything he has to say. Oh, Nico. Nico, here, whisper it in my ear and I'll tell my audience what you said. Okay. All right. Yeah, I could tell him that. Okay, I'll tell him right now. All right. Nico says I'm a dumbass. Anything else? Okay. and that you should never listen to anything that Nico says ever, ever, ever. Anything else? Oh, he also says he's a narcissist and that he sucks dick. Are you still blathering? Oh my God. I bet everybody loves him in the chat. I bet he's the darling of the chat.
Johnson.
Thank you, Nico. Someone said. Well said, Nico. Someone said. Thank you, Nico. Oh, here we go.
Worse every 4 years.
I take out the bullshit that you don't have to listen to. Isn't that nice of me? If he's still talking, if he's still talking about Nico, I'm muting him.
And leader in the Humanity First movement, which we were very happy to collaborate with on the rally.
Having connection issues here.
Stimulus, when we, as the Movement for a People's Party, went to the homes of more than 50 members of Congress and senators across the country and demanded that they support a people's stimulus, including the basic income, including defunding the police, including Medicare for all, abolishing, suspending student debt payments, credit card payments, and rent and mortgage payments during this crisis. We were very glad to participate with them and other.
Wait a moment. Just wait a moment.
Members of the Yang
Wait a moment. Just wait a moment. Just wait a moment.
In that campaign,
wait a moment. Please wait a moment.
Effort to get Congress to support a people's stimulus. Unfortunately, we know how that turned out. Congress went on vacation while telling the rest of us to get back to work. It's a pleasure to introduce you now to Massey Branscombe with the Humanity First movement.
Thanks, Nick. I just wanted to say it's a honor here, and it's really exciting to have been working with the People's Party. Been really proud of the courage, not just by the speaking today, but everything I've seen.
Hey, Frankie, right on, buddy.
So without further ado, I want to say hi. I'm Massey, and I'd like to talk about what does it mean to be good. Not to be perfect, not what is bad or evil. What does it mean to be a good American, a good human? Can you be homeless, begging for change and scraps of food, and still be good? Of course. I've seen a woman give her half-eaten sandwich to a man doing worse than she was, and that's pretty dang good in my book. Can you be a good person and a minimum wage fast food worker? Obviously. What about a mother who finally opens that restaurant her family has been pushing her to because the world needs to know what great bolognese tastes like? That is doing good. What if one of these metaphors wasn't about food? I must have been very hungry when writing this, but here we are. Anyway.
That's funny.
Can you be good if you turn that restaurant into a multi-million-dollar chain, providing decent jobs with benefits for thousands of people? I think so. Now imagine how much easier, how much faster each of those people would have been able to help others and do good had they had a foundation, a small but steady source of income, so they could get on their feet, get a part-time job, maybe in a restaurant, learning how they work.
Universal basic income, UBI.
Whatever it is. So in her case, she can open that restaurant and serve that bolognese, creating hundreds or thousands of more opportunities for others to do the same and potentially feed millions more with great food and memories. It doesn't have to be food, but it's about service to the local community and to the American community. If money is supposed to represent how much we've contributed to society, and if you can see that our ability to make an impact and do good grows exponentially with our resources, we owe it to each other to make sure we all have that ability to grow. However, we've come to a point in society where cash in the bank does not equal the lives you serve, the good you've done. Capitalism has been gamified and commodified from a system meant to deter top-down power concentration to one that all but enforces it. So this brings me to the question: can you be a billionaire and still be good? Not should the ideal world have billionaires, but today, can someone give $1 billion to improving people's lives, as we ask the American government to do with trillions? I have to say yes, because if 100 million people are determined to do good and society is broken and gamified to the rules of Nintendo Capitalism 64, a few of you are going to win that game. But to earn the title of that level isn't easy. If you're going to exploit the rules of a broken game to be a truly good player, you must fix the rules, and that is what we ask of you, so that no one has to play with a broken controller ever again.
Broken
so that
controller.
everyone has the basic resources they need, not to compete fairly, because it's not about competing, but about doing as much good as possible with the skills you have. But who are the billionaires that are going to step up, that are actually going to give back and fix the system that has consumed so much and consolidated so much power? Bill Gates, not bad, saved millions of lives in Africa. Jack Dorsey, the CEO of Twitter, donated $1 billion, nearly a third of his wealth, for COVID relief, girls' health and education, and trials of universal basic income, literally direct cash payments to people most affected by the pandemic. So someone who was able to build a career off taking money from billion-dollar investors, and as well as billion-dollar corporations like the ones that pay to advertise on Twitter, is literally giving it back to people who need it most. To me, that is good. We as a people must focus on who and what we are fighting for and fighting against.
You guys remember how I said to lay off of billionaires? That's exactly what he's talking about.
A common morality.
It's like a lot of billionaires have done a lot of good. Fucking stop saying that, you know, you got to go out there and kill them. Take all their money.
But to me, that's what it means to be an American. Not the decadence of neoliberalism, nor the lesser of two evils. America is great not because we've always been good, but because we've always striven to be
He
better.
wants to be
Thank
Bill
you,
Gates'
take
Cabana
care,
Boy.
and be good.
Cabana Boy.
Thank you, Massey. And honored to have you and be working with you again after the Rally for a People's Stimulus. Next up, we have a speaker who was going to be with us live, but was caught in the hurricane in New Orleans. He is the editor of Basic Income Today. He's one of the leading thinkers on the merits of a basic income. He's written for many publications, including the Huffington Post, Politico, Boston Globe, appeared on countless TV, news shows, and podcasts, was once described to me by someone else in the basic income movement as a third of the movement. I think that has certainly changed in the past year. Please welcome Scott Santens.
A Category 4 hurricane just swept through my state of Louisiana during a once-in-a-century pandemic. Extraordinary weather events are normal. 180,000 dead Americans and 1,000 more dying every day from coronavirus is normal. 1 million Americans newly applying for unemployment benefits every week is normal. Being killed by police as a black man is normal. Congressional gridlock is normal. The president eroding faith in our institutions is normal. What's become normal is not okay. None of this is okay. What we're doing in America isn't working. America is not working. It's time to draw a line.
Press number
This
4
far
if you're
and
still
no
here.
further.
Press
This
number
line
4 if you're
we
still
shall
here.
not pass. The only way to really change direction is with truly systemic structural reforms. We have to look with new eyes at ancient festering problems. We can't just vote for different leaders. We have to change how we vote. And voting has to exist upon a foundation of fundamental human rights.
Thank you, Steve.
We all have a right to
Thank
life.
you,
That
Erica.
is a
Thank you,
fundamental
Scott.
human
Jinmin, I
right,
mean, thank
but
you,
we've
Hippie
never
Chick. Thank
truly
you, John Doe.
recognized
Thank
it.
you, Justin.
No one really has the right to life so long as someone
I
else
wanted to
can
see your
withhold
chat
what's
come
needed
up.
to live. Within a monetary system of private property, money is oxygen. So we all have an unconditional right to enough money to live.
Very good.
That is why I believe the most important structural change of all is an unconditional basic income floor, where every American would start every month above the poverty line and never fall below it. UBI is not solely an income boost equivalent to a simple raise, however. It's a structural change that removes barriers to other structural changes. It's a foundational floor for everything else we need to do. It's the power to say no. It's the security to breathe freely. It's fuel for essential activism. UBI is still about money too, but too many people don't think through what that means. What does money buy? It buys time. It buys freedom from
Can't
abuse.
buy me
It buys access to
love.
It pays for
Everybody
disaster
tells me
evacuation.
so. I
It
can't
pays
buy
for
me
grassroots campaigns.
love.
It affords
No, no,
volunteering.
no,
It supports entire
no.
communities.
Tell me
We
don't
need more
buy
than
no
UBI.
diamond rings and
Unconditional
I'll
right to
be
life is not
satisfied.
the
Doobie
ultimate
doobie.
goal of a just
Never know,
society.
live no
It is
down
the
in things
prerequisite
that
to a
she's
just society.
satisfied. Doobie doobie. I
UBI
don't
is the
care so
construction of
much
a
for
firm,
money. Money
anti-racist
can't buy me
foundation
love.
to support our humanity and free our
See, isn't this more
imagination
fun
and
than
our
watching
potential
this
to achieve all
somewhere
that
else?
otherwise remains unachievable.
I make it way
On that
better.
foundation, we also need healthcare as a right. No one should ever be dependent on their jobs for life-sustaining income or life-saving medical care. The right to breathe is not an employee benefit. It is inalienable. We need Medicare for all, and we need basic income for all. No conditions, no means testing, no but what abouts. Survival, guaranteed for life. So that life can be about everything beyond survival, instead of an endless pursuit of survival. But to accomplish and preserve these pillars of a just society, we also need a functioning government. We need to save, restore, and expand our democracy. We never should have allowed a two-party system. Duopoly is not democracy. To change the structure requires mass local activism. Every state is in charge of how they vote. Maine was the first to break free by adopting ranked choice voting. Alaska and Massachusetts may be next. Every state must follow in order to end the spoiler effect and move from plurality to majority voting. Gerrymandering must end too. Politicians must be prohibited from choosing their voters. At the very least, we need third-party fair redistricting, but even better, multi-member districts utilizing proportional representation. We also need publicly financed elections where every American is allotted an amount of funding to donate to political campaigns so that lobbyists are overpowered by the power of the people. We need so much more, but I consider these the most important that will make everything else possible, no matter how impossible it all feels right now. 2020 has been a year none of us will ever forget. But it also changed the world, and a changed world means an opportunity to remake it into something new, something that actually works for all of us, something that puts our humanity first. A better world is possible, but it's up to us to make it happen. It's up to us to build it. It's up to us to draw that line together and choose to recognize our mutual human rights through the further democratization of power and the decoupling of both survival income and healthcare from employment. To hell with the two-party system. To hell with poverty and the daily fear of it. And to hell with non-universal healthcare. 2020 and no further. Normal is no longer acceptable.
Thank you, Scott. Very glad that you could participate despite getting caught in a hurricane. For everyone who's watching, I want to say you can join us at peoplesparty.org and peoplesconvention.org. This is just the beginning here. Our next speaker is a very special guest. He is an American political commentator. He is a politician, author, actor, retired professional wrestler, former mayor of Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, and the former governor of Minnesota.
Here we go. This will be good. Let's go skip this shit and see if Jeffy's there. He is.
I'm former Minnesota.
Skip the introduction.
Jesse Ventura, the 38th governor of the great state of.
You look horrible, old man. Fucking do something with that hair.
Get clear is this.
God, you look like a Halloween decoration.
Campaign talk.
Jesus
I am not
fucking
running for any
Christ.
public office at this time.
Thank God. Do something with that hair, Bernie Sanders. And you know what? I'm here to tell you.
But I do want to
My
make
hair
a
looks better than
political
this guy's
statement
any
in
day of the
light
week.
what we live
I
under
actually go to a
today.
salon now. I'm getting it
brief
taken care of.
history. First of all, I'm 69 years old now. I'm a graduate of Minneapolis Roosevelt High School. And if you recall the recent events with
He looks like a fucking Halloween
Mr.
decoration.
Floyd and his death in Minneapolis, that happened right in my neighborhood.
You hear me? I said he looks like a Halloween decoration, Erica Marinucci. You hear that, Erica? I said he looks like a Halloween decoration. You hear that, Erica?
So that's a little bit of history of me. I joined the Navy right out of high school. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I came home. The first thing I did, I was rebellious, and I walked with the Stop the Draft movement. I wanted the draft ended.
I want
because
them
the
teeth
draft
fixed.
was a horrible thing that was totally discriminating, and the rich kids get out like Donald Trump, and the poor kids have to go. And so, and most of the poor kids were kids of color would have to go to the war. And so I marched against the draft. We were successful in eliminating it. I've also marched for the Equal Rights Amendment for women, and been involved lately. And I marched multiple times to change the name of the Washington football team. So I've always been a bit of a radical in a way, rebel, whatever you want to call me. Dennis Kucinich, the great congressman from Ohio, after dinner one night, called me the greatest free spirit he had ever met. And that was one of the greatest compliments I could ever get from someone like Dennis.
Hey, you guys, when I start looking like that, tell me I need a haircut, okay?
But
tell me it's
my
time to let it
history is I've
go.
always been third party. I mean, I voted for John Anderson way back in the Ronald Reagan era. I have voted third party politics constantly because I've seen the destruction, and I understand. John Adams, one of our forefathers of the country, warned us. I believe it was Adams.
I'm supposed to look like that in 20 years? Oh my goodness. Erica says she'll never look like that. Well, are you going to keep me young
He said
looking?
when political parties take over the government, when they become so powerful, that will be the end of the United States as we know it. Well, people, don't you think we're kind of there right now? The two political parties have really taken over. And I like to refer them as really the one political party. They're the corporate party. Because when I was governor, I brought the third party people together to try to get them under one roof.
Damn.
And unfortunately,
I'm flattered.
it was like herding cats. But I did find out what we had in common. And here's what we had in common. We didn't take the dirty money. That's what all the third
Look at
parties
Frankie. He's like,
pretty much have in common. We're not dirty with the PAC money and the dirty corporate money. The other two parties are. And always remember this. The two major parties today, they put their party before the country. You see that constantly. Protect the political party, the party's power. They aren't necessarily doing what's best for the people of America. That's number one on their priority. Number two, the donors, the money people, the people that keep them in power, the people that pave the way. They're the ones that get the tax cuts. They're the ones that get the money bailouts when our economy tanks. So naturally, they're the second ones fixed or taken care of. Then finally with them, it's their own personal view. Whatever they may feel personally about an issue. And we, the people, might be fourth. But something else could sneak in there. We very well could be fifth.
your hair looked like that?
I don't know everything. But there's a division in this country today, and it's the biggest it's ever been. You know, I heard it described the other day. It's like going back to the 60s. And yes, it is in a way. And I lived through the 60s. I lived through Dr. Martin Luther King. I was a teenager back then. I was a young 13-year-old when President John F. Kennedy was assassinated. And I don't buy for 1 minute Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, if he acted at all. But that aside, that's another story. But I lived through all that tension.
Totally went
I lived
there.
through the death of Robert Kennedy and his murder along with Dr. King, and I thought we were finished with it. But we're not.
No.
And that's the thing that bothers me the most today, is the fact that they're forcing me to relive history again. They're forcing me to relive times that I remember in my life
That's
today.
true. Me
and
too.
I'll state this. I think it's worse today, believe it or not, than it was in the 60s. I think to get to where we're at today, you have to go back another 100 years.
God, that's bad,
You gotta
man.
go back to the Civil War.
Oh,
because what's happening in our country today is a division.
Right? Then weren't we talking about that this morning, guys? That's why we're all here, hopefully.
Confederacy, and just like the
So we can
Union
get past
soldiers.
this.
And if that happens, it will be a disaster, a complete disaster. Now, why do we need to elect a third-party president? Here's why. No matter if you elect Trump or Biden, the polarization is going to continue and it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. The only way out is to give them a common enemy, and that's what the third party does. They fear the third party more than anything else. And guess who knows that from experience? You're looking at him. I got elected governor of Minnesota. I had a Democratic-controlled Senate and a Republican-controlled House, much the same as you see nationally today. Now, for the first 3 years, whoever I sided with generally prevailed. But then we got to year 3. I submitted my budget, which I'm required to do. The Democrats and Republicans got in bed together. They discarded my budget. They came back with one of their own. I vetoed it twice. They overrode my veto twice. Subsequently, using the people of Minnesota for political pawns, their budget didn't work. I had left office, and guess what? Minnesota had a $5 billion deficit because they put their party politics and party power before the good people of Minnesota. The pecking order was them first, the Minnesota people second. And there's a great example of it. Now nationally, that's what you need to have happen. You must give them a common enemy. Somebody, those two parties, they fear the third party movement more than anything else. And they eventually will jump in bed together and they'll be singing Kumbaya. One, thank you very much for hearing me today. I appreciate it very much. I keep trying to get out of politics, but it's kind of like pulling the plug in the bathtub. It keeps wanting to suck you down the drain. But anyway, I still love my country. I believe in my country, and I believe that we can be a better nation.
It's nice. They're keeping it like 5 minutes for each person. It's really nice. You know?
Just two choices. Always remember what the late, great Jerry Garcia of the Grateful Dead said. If you're made to pick the lesser of two evils, it means you're still picking evil. Thank you.
Jesse Ventura, everyone. That marks the end of the first half of our program. When we return, we're now going to go on a 10-minute
intermission.
When we return, we are going to have Chase Iron Eyes, Jimmy Dore, Medea
Nina Turner,
Benjamin, Annalise Vincent,
Dr.
Tim Black, Ryan Knight, myself, Marianne
West.
Williamson, Dr. Cornell West, and Senator Nina Turner.
Colonel,
And
Dr.
so be sure to
Colonel. I
come
couldn't
back
remember how to
in
say
10
it.
minutes, enjoy the music, and also get ready to cast your vote on the People's Party app. You can find it on peoplesconvention.org. See you in a sec.
Well, that is an out of tune guitar.
Doing the same thing, expecting differences. What it means to be insane.
Is that Ron Placone?
Choose between war and war. It's not
No, I don't think so.
what it means to play the. It's time for a revolution. Go tell the DSA, GP, and SA.
That might be Ron Placone, but his guitar's out of tune if it is. Let's see if the chat says it's Ron Placone. That's his style of music. Someone said Jimmy Dore is awful. Someone said sing it, Ron Placone. It's Ron Placone. We'll listen to it.
BBC, go tell the CIA. It's time for a revolution. Go tell the NSA. Stop listening to what we say. It's time for a revolution. A wise man said that love's the answer.
He'll be on in a few minutes.
And this fool knows that.
Stick around. He'll be on probably within the next half hour.
'Cause I'm not ready to give up yet. Long as there's still a me and you. So I'll tell the BBC, I'll tell the CIA. It's time for a revolution. I'll tell the DSA, GP, and SA. It's time for a revolution now.
All right, now we'll turn that off. I'm having problems charging my phone. Keeps disconnecting. You're welcome, John. So, yeah, it'll be fun. They'll be back in 7 minutes. And he made it sound like Jimmy Dore was coming on second, so I could be on within 10 minutes after they start. And he's like, myself. I'm like, dude, I couldn't stand listening to you talk. You know, I've seen you before on different people's shows, and I can't stand listening to you talk. That's why I make fun of your vagina face and that fucking that grouping of hair you want to call a fucking beard. It looks like a poorly trimmed vagina. What does his face? It looks like a poorly trimmed vagina. It's one of my best jokes of all time. I reserve it for that dude. All right, Steve, you do that. You do that, son. Hey, how Twitter's doing? I should be blowing Twitter up, huh? No. Secular Talk. I wonder if he's tweeting about this. Why are you giving me tweets from a day ago, you fucking jack fucks? Dude, really? Tweets from a day ago? $32 people. Huh. 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 7 hours ago. 34 minutes ago. Defeat by tweet. You just noted $1,190 of defeat by tweet. Total of $1,354,540 to swing state organizers. Keep tweeting. Dude, every time, you guys are going to love this. Every time Donald Trump tweets, there's an organization that people pay into. Hey, Ice, check this out. You're going to love this. There's an organization that people pay into just a few cents. And every time Donald Trump tweets, you donate a couple of pennies or $1 or $5. Some people donate a lot every time Donald Trump tweets. So far, they've donated $1.3 million to swing state organizers going against Donald Trump. Every time Donald Trump tweets, this organization is donating thousands and thousands of dollars to go against Donald Trump politically. It's the funniest thing. You gotta love it. It's like a shock collar. You know? Fuck off. Iceman. They're starting the convention back up in less than 2 minutes. It's great. It's a lot of money. They're called, if you guys are interested in checking them out, they're called Defeat by Tweet. It's hashtag Defeat by Tweet. I want to retweet it again, but it won't let me. I want to retweet it at somebody. Isn't that weird? Defeatbytweet.org. Defeatbytweet.org. Quarter of the hour. Cheers, guys.
Right now, the People's Convention. And you know what people are saying? It's a convention that actually talks about policy. What do you know? It doesn't just trot out people, working people, as props. It actually supports them. That's what we stand for, is the Movement for a People's Party. A party free of corporate money and influence. And now, I'm happy to say too, that we are opening the vote. We are opening the vote for a major new party, and that is going to be on the People's Party app. You can get it on the convention website, peoplesconvention.org. Download it for free, Apple and Android, and cast your vote. The vote is now open. The vote is, do we commit to forming a major new political party free of corporate money and influence in 2021? And I am excited to announce those results after Dr. West, Marianne Williamson, and Senator Turner speak at the end. We have next our speakers in this section: Jimmy Dore, Medea Benjamin, Jerry Perez, Chase Iron Eyes, Tim Black, Ryan Knight, Marianne Williamson, and then Dr. Cornel West and Senator Nina Turner.
Why weren't these people
First
fucking
up,
promoted? I didn't know Graham Elwood was going to be here. I didn't know Tim Black was going to be on.
Is Chase Iron Eyes. Chase Iron Eyes is an American indigenous activist, an attorney, politician, member of the Oglala Sioux tribe. He is a member of the Lakota People's Law Project and a co-founder of the indigenous news website, the Last Real Indians. He ran for Congress as well and was a Bernie surrogate. Chase, it is wonderful to have you with us.
Thank you so much. I just want to send greetings to everybody. Kola Iuha Ichichiab. I call every single one of you a friend of mine. And to the scores of thousands of people who are listening right now, people who we try to reach with our message, with our hearts, not only in 2016 when I ran for the United States Congress, but right now, after we saw what happened with Bernie the last time.
Why is this camera so high? Bring it down. Why?
And this time,
don't these people see what they
we're
look like?
all sharing the same sense of
there we go.
Existential dread. It's this negative source.
Yes, yes, yes.
Clawing at us from within, trying to instill its fear, doubt, and confusion, and hoping not only to exploit our fear, doubt, and confusion, because those same forces which robbed us of any real representation will continue to oppress not only every working American, but every working family in this world. Not to mention those who are represented in those forces who descend from Christian, European patriarchy, who continue to instill in the world Abrahamic-based conflict and expect us to send our sons and our daughters to go die for their profit. As Governor Ventura was saying, it's never them who have to go die. And I say this as a Native American, as an American Indian, on whom citizenship was imposed, American citizenship was imposed in 1924.
Cheers.
We went, fought, and died for this country. This world's greatest experiment, as Brother Cornel West says, we went and fought and died for this country. And so now we're at a point if you remember at Standing Rock, the no DAPL struggle, this is when I ran for the United States Congress. Right after I lost to a Trump surrogate in 2016, I joined the front lines at the battle for Standing Rock. And there we were able to witness unarmed water protectors, unarmed protesters who were trying to defend all of our rights to free speech, our rights to peaceably assemble, our rights to be free from illegal searches and seizures. We were trying to defend all of America's constitutional, natural, human, and civil rights, not to mention the treaty rights of the original civilizers of this entire hemisphere. And when that was going down, the world was able to witness corporate sponsored state violence.
Right.
Brutality.
Under Barack Obama.
Maimed some of our supporters.
Under
like the same
Barack Obama, who stood by and let it happen.
Liberal or
fucking God, that pissed me off so
Democratic
much.
cities by the current commander-in-chief with his snatch and grab policies,
right?
With the murders that are happening in his name, in the name of all those who would like to think they could create a civil war or a race war. But we got news for you. There's not enough racists in this world to make that a war. We will never lose to those who would seek to degenerate and degrade our spiritual dignity as a human family. So for everyone out there who's looking for a new home, looking for a place where we don't care about Citizens United or corporate personhood, we know it's important upon and incumbent upon us to vote, to show up in unprecedented numbers and fashions for this election right now, because we are in the middle of a conflict, an undeclared war of the billionaire class, their surrogates, their mercenaries, their assets, willing and unwitting. It's them versus the people. And we don't have any more time to sit on the sidelines. This is calling for our action right now. And I want to let you know from the Pine Ridge Reservation that we are standing with all of the people in America who we welcomed in love, but those same forces took those natural resources by force, and we want your support here today for our claims to have land back in our hands, because this is a part of prophecy, a land back prophecy. Fool's Crow said if you would only put land back in indigenous hands, the world could begin to heal. Brothers and sisters, I want to end there. Thank you so much for your support and your continued organizing.
Jace, we've been inspired by the stand that you took at Standing Rock and all of your activism since, and we're honored to be joined by you. Next, we have the host of the Jimmy Dore Show, and he is a stand-up comedian, a leading U.S. media critic, host of several Comedy Central specials, author of the bestseller "Your Country Is Just Not That Into You," and a gracious host also on his channel for the People's Convention.
Jimmy Dore, son.
Today.
Please welcome Jimmy Dore.
Yeah.
Well, before we continue, let's acknowledge the previous owners of the sacred land that we're on. Goldman Sachs, of course. You know, in November, Americans are going to decide if they're going to vote for a right-wing, racist, pathological liar or Donald Trump. I don't know if you saw the Democrat convention. Apparently, Joe Biden's health care plan won't cover your cancer treatment, but it does cover facelifts and hair plugs.
Oh my God.
The Republican convention was a bunch of rich guys telling you how scary socialism is to them. Ratings were down for both conventions. Americans are so ungrateful. Democrats and Republicans worked hard to give us the worst candidates imaginable. The least we could do was watch their freak show conventions. You know, all of us here, they're going to call...
Oh my God, dude. I
all
can't
of
even
us
tweet.
crazy
He's so funny.
Just because we want a better future. They tell themselves that we are crazy because they are in denial about how crazy things have actually gotten. The system has failed. The system has collapsed. We are in an economic crisis. We're in a climate crisis. We're in a healthcare crisis. The current failed system has a noose around all of our necks.
Oof.
And we need to save ourselves. In America, we've got one party of oligarchy, one party of inequality. We have one party of war. The Republicans, incoherent, dangerous. Their candidate, a reality TV game show host. Able to rise to power because of a failed system that left people desperate. They are not a solution. The Democrats, with their self-righteousness, their repulsive combination of class privilege and moral posturing, pretending to be the party of working people while selling them out to the predators of working people and the middle class. Joe Biden has gone his whole life
He's pissed.
demonizing the poor,
He's yelling.
decimating the social safety net, supporting unspeakable foreign policy. He's a tottering relic. And you know that glaze in Joe Biden's eyes? That's not from some spiritual awakening.
It's dementia.
That's from a persistent yearning for pajamas and Gunsmoke reruns. A man who has cravenly created misery at home and abroad is now propped up as Uncle Joe, an erstwhile George Bailey, when in reality, he's Mr. Potter. And Donna Reed never kept people in prison so the state could use their free labor. Their candidate is the candidate of deregulation, the candidate of mass incarceration, and the candidate of war. They are not a solution. The establishment wants to go back. They want voters to go back to sleep, to trade one nightmare for another nightmare. At a moment when the status quo has so clearly failed us, we have candidates that promise nothing will fundamentally change. We need alternatives. We need alternative media, we need alternative energy, and we need alternative politics. But Jimmy, you'll be going up against the big political parties. Big banks, big oil,
Tweeting.
big pharma.
Tweeting at Jimmy and Miserable Liberal.
Big. Let's realize that we are only big when we come together and acknowledge our smallness, stand in solidarity with each other. That's when we're big.
Hey, Megsy.
We are up against Democrats and Republicans. Republicans and Democrats only care about short-term profits and short-term solutions.
He's wearing his lucky shirt.
Democrats and Republicans are going to give us a short-term future. A People's Party is the only solution.
11,000
The
people
People's
watching.
Party must transform our political system. It must. The People's Party must rejuvenate our democracy that has already been stolen from us. For workers, we need to do this. For the planet, we need to do this. For all people, we need to do this. What the People's Party is proposing is something completely radical. We are demanding policies that the majority of Americans want. How radical? Things like single-payer health care. Actually regulating Wall Street. And stop killing black and brown people here and across the globe. And take that money we used to use to kill black and brown people in other countries and invest it back here at home in building a green infrastructure, making lives actually better instead of exporting misery. But independents and progressives no longer have to settle for less. Except for scheduling meeting times agreeable to most members, which already sounds like a deal breaker. We must work to become a majority party. And until we get there, we must be large enough that any party that wants to win must form a coalition with us. Coalition. By which they concede to our demands and not the other way around. A compromise is not a compromise if it's who's making all the concessions. They are going to concede to the majority of Americans and the policies we want, or they are going to lose. Out of control inequality, poverty, corruption. We say no more, no more, no more. We wish to abolish the billionaire, not just to free ourselves, but to save the billionaire's soul as well. Every day we're told we are prisoners of a two-party system. We are not. We do not have to comfort our jailers, and we can free ourselves from this prison. All this time in our own hands. We've had the key of democracy to get us out. And when we free ourselves, we free our fellow citizens. We need to have the courage to fight for the world we want. No matter what we're up against or how long it takes. We think we're on the precipice of a dark abyss. We are not. When we bring on the sunrise, we will see we are on the cusp of a beautiful new world. This movement must win. Millions of working people are counting on us.
No, he doesn't always wear earphones.
The future of the nation is counting on us. The future of the human species.
He's on his laptop.
He's counting
He's
on us.
broadcasting from his laptop, probably onto Zoom.
People's Party.
Right on, Jimmy.
Jimmy Dore, everyone. Well said. And I want to thank Jimmy for being such a longtime supporter as well. Without his support, I do not believe that the movement for a People's Party would be as far as it has gotten today. Thank you, Jimmy. And everyone who's a part of the Jimmy Dore Show. Next is Medea Benjamin, the co-founder of the women-led group Code Pink and the co-founder of the human rights group Global Exchange. She's been an advocate for social justice for more than 40 years. She's been on the forefront of the anti-drug movement. She is a former economist and nutritionist with the United Nations and the World Health Organization. Medea Benjamin.
Thank you so much, Nick, and thank you for inviting me to this historic gathering where I've been so inspired by every single speaker. It's also so wonderful to be among a group of people who understand why we need an alternative to the war parties, to the parties that kill and maim and displace millions of people around the world with no accountability, no remorse, and no lessons learned. I mean, look at the Democrats having Joe Biden, who supported the Iraq War, as their candidate. These parties both have policies that are based on the same kind of racism, the same kind of brutality that we see unleashed against Black and brown people here at home. And so we desperately need for ourselves and for those who are victims of our bombs, our drone attacks, our brutal economic sanctions around the world, we need a party that's not in the clutches of the military industrial complex, of the military contractors, a party that can push our foreign policy in a radical
Cheers. Happy
direction.
710, everybody.
What are some of those things that we do? Well, we would give our total support to the UN Secretary General, who insists that during the midst of a global pandemic, we must have a global ceasefire. As he said, the fury of the pandemic illustrates the folly of war. We would also push our country to support the global grassroots movement from the bottom up to create a UN ban on nuclear weapons. This movement was so inspiring that it won the Nobel Peace Prize, and it's been supported by 44 countries. It needs 50 countries to go into effect.
Cheers. Happy
Our
710,
country
everybody.
should be one of them. We would also save $1.3 trillion that both parties have allocated to, quote, modernize our nuclear weapons. We do not need more modern nuclear weapons. We need an end to nuclear weapons. Many of the other speakers have brought up the issue of the Pentagon budget. This is something that we need a party that will get seriously to work at taking on this grotesque, distorted budget, more than the next 10 countries combined, a budget that robs us of the pot of gold that we need for healthcare, free college education, Green New Deal, and on and on. We couldn't even recently get a majority in either party to vote for just a 10% cut, but there are a few brave Congress people like Congresswoman Barbara Lee,
like cunt, did you?
Like the Poor People
It's like
Campaign, My Group Code Pink, that have called for a cut in the Pentagon budget by half. And this is where we need to go to save us billions, but also make us safer.
She said it. I heard it.
We need a party that would stop the Democrats and Republicans from trying to take us into new wars. Now, with two major powers, two nuclear powers, and I'm talking about Russia and China. Both parties are vying during their campaigns to see which one can be tougher on Russia and on China. This is extremely dangerous, and we have to shout out loud and clear, China and Russia are not our enemies. We refuse to be taken down that path. You know, it's interesting because on one level, both parties understand the war is not popular with the American people. That's why they've been mouthing the platitudes that they will get out of these Middle East wars. But both of the parties have kept just mired in these wars for over 20 years. We $0.8 billion of our tax dollars to the apartheid state of Israel and will instead support Palestinian rights. We need a party that says, hell no, we won't keep selling weapons to grotesque human rights abusers like Saudi Arabia and the UAE, and we won't support the horrific war in Yemen. We need a party that says, hell yes, we'll re-enter the Iran nuclear deal and work with all the countries in the region to find an end to the violence that has destroyed so many lives. And here, closer to home, we need a party that understands the devastating effects that U.S. policies have had in Latin America and the Caribbean, including policies that have forced people to flee their homes to seek asylum here. We need a party that will bury once and for all the Monroe Doctrine based on interference and regime change, like this administration has been trying to do with Venezuela, and will instead initiate a new good neighbor policy grounded in the principle of non-intervention. I want to end by bringing forward the example of a tiny Caribbean nation, Cuba, a country with a fraction of the financial resources the U.S. has, thanks in large part to the 60-year-old embargo, but a country that has showed the world what international solidarity looks like. Instead of sending troops and bombs overseas, it sends doctors and nurses to save people from earthquakes, hurricanes, and yes, pandemics. Today, Cuban medical missions, which the US government has been trying to sabotage, are fighting coronavirus in over 30 countries, which is why there's an international campaign to nominate these Cuban doctors and nurses for the Nobel Peace Prize. You can find out more about that campaign by going to cubanobel.org. So I look forward to working with you all to build a new party that understands and promotes international solidarity and is determined to live in peace and cooperation with our brothers and sisters around the world. Let's build it.
Cheers, John.
Thank you, Medea, and thank you for your decades of service to the anti-imperialist and anti-war movement. It is an honor to have you with us. Next, we have a speaker very fittingly who fought in those wars that Medea describes. We have Jerry Perez. He is field director with Our Revolution Los Angeles, the West Coast regional coordinator with the Movement for a People's Party. He served 6 years as a U.S. combat Marine in the Marine Corps with deployments to Iraq. And he's also a former field director with Justice Democrats. And we're very happy to have Our Revolution Los Angeles affiliated with the Movement for a People's Party, as other Our Revolution chapters have done. And we're very happy as well that Jerry is coordinating Veterans for a People's Party. Jerry, it's great to have you.
Thank you, Nick. Hello, my people. I am Jerry Perez. I am the field director of Our Revolution Los Angeles and the regional West Coast coordinator for Movement for a People's Party. I am a sergeant of Marines. I am also a Marine that suffers from PTSD, and I deal with this every day. I have been homeless on the streets of LA, and I have been fortunate enough to overcome a little bit of this and get myself back on my feet, and I am currently serving my nation right now in training these folks to effectively organize all throughout LA County and now 7 other states within my area. I want to talk to you right now about what I have seen on my travels as a truck driver across 48 states here. Something that I have been seeing over and over again since my beginning when I left the Marine Corps back in 2011 I've been seeing a growing trend of fear, uncertainty. I've been seeing my people fighting against each other, targeting each other, belittling each other, not building up each other, scapegoating on one another to protect the interests of corporates and individuals that are taking advantage of them every single day. And I've been seeing my people being divided and constantly attacking one another, and this is not something I sacrificed my youth to make happen. I went to Iraq, I gave up some of the best years of my life to ensure that my people didn't have to suffer through tyranny. And I come back here and I see there is tyranny going on right now. What I see right now is that my people do not have representation. I see right now that the leadership of this nation does not give a damn about my people across the entirety of this nation.
Happy
The only
420,
thing they
everybody,
care
cheers.
about is maintaining their power and ensuring that they stay on top and keep their money. That is their one and only priority. And so myself and other like-minded veterans that have seen this same problem, we have banded together and we have stated that we are not going to tolerate this situation. And so right now I'm going to deliver unto you a message from Veterans for a People's Party. We solemnly swear that we will do everything within our ability to ensure that this party is formed and has the infrastructure necessary to openly go out throughout this nation and ensure that the American people have the representation that it needs to meet prosperity. We will ensure that our organizers and our volunteers and our members have the confidence, the knowledge, and the expertise to effectively reach out into their community, talk with their community, and ask them, how may we serve you? How may we make your life better? And we will restore community to this nation. No longer will we have our elders locked inside their homes, fearing of some unknown enemy that they feel is going to come in and steal their property. No more will I see my youth in the streets demanding for equality, demanding that they be heard, demanding that they stop being killed by our own police. No longer will I have my police force openly killing Black people with no consequence. No longer will I have leadership here that does nothing while I have tyranny and injustice amok all throughout this nation. And so we say unto you that us as veterans, we will ensure that our people are taken care of and ensure that we give them the mentorship, the leadership, and our all, just like we did while we were in the service, to ensure that all of you are taken care of. We will lay down our lives. I will lay down my life, if needed, for this fight. We will have the change that is needed to ensure that our children, my little brothers and sisters, my cousins, everyone, that they have the future that they deserve and that they have freaking earned. So I want to just reach out to all of you right now for my closing and let you know we see you. We know you're suffering. We know that you're going through hell right now. And we want you to know that we're going to do everything within our ability to ensure that you have your future. So come, stand with us. Let me know that you want this future. And I promise you, I will give you everything you need to succeed. Thank you all very much.
Sounds like a religious leader.
I want you all to know we're here with you now and always.
Thank you, Jerry. That is a story that, in speaking before the convention, Jerry had never told fully. And Jerry, I just want to say how much I appreciate how open you were with everybody about what you experienced after the war and the life that you've led. That is what we want to spare millions of people from having to experience. And it is just a shame how this country treats its veterans. Next, I want to introduce Annalise Vincent. She's the vice chair of Our Revolution Los Angeles. She's a candidate for Palmdale City Council. I'm a former special projects director for Cenk Uygur's congressional campaign and a proud Cuban American in California. Annalise, welcome.
Hi, Nick. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Bienvenidos a todos. My name is Annalise Vincent. I am the vice chair for Our Revolution Los Angeles, a candidate for Palmdale City Council, and a proud member of Movement for a People's Party. The first thing I want to say is, can everybody feel the energy here, or is it just me?
Well, from her, I can. I like it.
I cannot believe
I like it.
the energy right now. So thank you to everybody who's here. Look, today we're all here for the same reason. We're fighting for a better world, and we demand change. For far too long, Americans have been told that we cannot afford basic necessities, such as healthcare and education. Meanwhile, our criminal and corrupt government has stolen our hard-earned tax dollars to enrich themselves and the corporate elite billionaires that run our country. Today, we take our country back. We will be founding a major new party to take on the corruption of the Democratic and Republican establishments, and we will be creating a party that actually represents working class and middle class Americans, not just corporate interests and billionaires. As a Cuban immigrant, I have always felt a special responsibility towards protecting our democracy. When I was 7 years old, my mother and I fled the Castro regime, and we came to the US on a visa. We struggled, and there were times that I could not see the light at the end of the tunnel. And yet we're still here today standing strong. As Latinos,
Latinos? All of a sudden you get an accent when you say that one word.
That we don't speak up.
She speaks perfect English, but you say
always
Latinos,
scared of the
and all of a
persecution
sudden
that
you have this massive thick accent. I love it.
In our brown and black communities. Today, our silence ends. You see, we are all Americans, and it is our responsibility to fight for our country. To tear down the corrupt system.
I thought we were humans. What?
For so
Why you're only speaking to Latinos? What about everybody?
long, and to build a future of
It's all these people are fucking racists, man. They have no idea what they sound like.
have been taken over by
Pretty ignorant. That's the fucking Jesus guy before, and the guy that was like, yeah, I'm a black man, American first, and this woman with the Latinos. And, oh man, we're so full of ourselves. We don't realize it.
The corrupt criminals that are currently in office have sought to take everything from us. They've sought to take our dignity, our ability to put food on the table, the safety of knowing we have a roof over our head, the chance to get an education without going into debt. Hell, we can't even get sick. And yet I smile because you see, we have nothing to lose. These thieves, these criminals, on the other hand, they have everything to lose. And when you're down, there's nowhere to go but up. This is our moment. Para mi gente latina.
What? What? I don't speak that. What? Why are you excluding me?
El momento ha llegado.
Why are you fucking excluding?
Vamos a subir la cabeza con
Why the fuck are you excluding me? This is the dumbest thing you could. You're the People's Party.
Vamos a crear un mejor futuro.
Let's speak in a language that only certain people fucking understand. Holy shit. You know, I have no idea what she said.
Next up.
I feel fucking excluded. You shouldn't fucking do that.
That's America.
Okay. Tim Black.
Fuck what you heard.
Tim Black. Here we go. Good.
In closing, I'd like to say.
Oh, we missed all of
we
Tim
did this
Black.
party because we have children.
Can we rewind it?
People's Party.
Prosperity.
We've got the we can rewind it.
So it exists the new party.
Peace.
I didn't know we could do this, so we can rewind.
Next up, we have the host of the Tim Black Show.
Fantastic.
And also a supporter previously of that of Draft Bernie, someone I've been very happy to work with over these last 3 years, Tim Black.
All right. Let me get my timer. Hey, first of all, my name is Tim Black.
Tim, thank the guy that just introduced you.
The Tim Black Show. And I'd like to first thank you for allowing me to participate in this fantastic event with great people, some people I know, most people I know.
Wow.
Know, all people who are speaking truth to power right now. So that's amazing. Got something I wanted. I worked on a couple of things. I was driving back from North Carolina, as I told Nick. Got here just in time to do this. Fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, so I'm gonna start off with that.
Oh shit! Oh, I'm tweeting.
Bad. I'm getting old, man. Fuck Joe Biden. That's about right. All right, so Curl, big time supporter of Nick Brana. I think she's like the VP of all things good in the People's Movement for People's Party. She sent me an email. She said, "Hey, we'd love for you to join us, Tim.
I did not mean to ruin your People's Party.
Some things about why we need a new party." So I thought that'd be a good way to kind of do this. Why do we need a new party? We need a new party because both parties suck, Johnson. Yeah, both parties suck. Both Republican Party and Democratic Party have failed black people. So the existence of black people, the entire existence of black people, both parties have failed us tremendously. So that'd be one good reason to start a new party. Why do we start a new party? We start a new party because the Democratic Party pretends to like us, pretends that we're good for their votes, or we're good. We're the people that they want to support, that they have our backs. Meanwhile, they don't pass any policies that actually help our communities. They support policies that take resources out of our communities, and all of it.
Slow motion.
This is lip service.
Rogie, you want to go outside?
Why do we need a new party? Because the Republican Party is even worse than that when it comes to black folks. See, I got into this political commentary thing because I believe that black people needed to get something for their vote. Very simple. LGBTQIA get something for their vote. Working class white folks should get something for their vote. They're too wrapped up in nationalism and patriotism, but they want something for their vote. My Latino brothers and sisters, Hispanic brothers and sisters, they want something for their vote. Damn it, black folks need something for their vote besides Jim Clyburn telling them, "I know Joe Biden." You know what? Fuck Joe Biden and fuck who you. Yeah. No. What I know is that a young man by the name of Jacob Blake was shot 7 times in the back, and he won't go to jail. The shooter won't go to jail because he's a cop. We need a new party because this has been going on far too long. We need a new party because the shooting and killing of black folks, like Tamir Rice, who had his brains blown out. Hello, somebody. Hello, somebody. Shout out to Nina Turner in Ohio. That cop is probably now a cop again, because that's how shitty the Democratic Party is and the Republican Party is. We need a new party because Breonna Taylor, we can't even get a trial, Johnson. She was shot in her own fucking bed, and we can't get a trial. We need a new party because we're not. Imbeciles. We're not morons. See, they think we're stupid. They think we're stupid. They think we're afraid. What would we do without Joe Biden? What would we do? We need Joe Biden. Yeah, you need Joe Biden like you need a hole in the head. Which is exactly what happened to a demonstrator in Kenosha, Wisconsin, when, what's his name, this freaking Kyle Rittenhouse that's producing, see, Kyle Rittenhouse is the shooter, the 17-year-old kid who shot 3 protesters, killing 2. This is going to continue to happen as more and more people lose their fucking minds. We got a pandemic. We have earthquakes. We have floods, and we got
earthquakes.
Joe Biden, and we have Donald Trump. And these are all natural disasters.
You can't
or
unhear
unnatural disasters.
You can't unhear earthquakes.
So we need a new party because we know to get anything done that helps us, it's going to be like getting 10 pounds of shit in a 5.
I'll be right back. Listen to Tim Black.
Gallon bucket, 5-pound bucket, something like that. I've been traveling. I'm sorry. That's the reason why we need a new party, because we realize that the corporations own this one. This one's been brought and sold. The Democratic Party's been brought and sold. And after what they did to my man Bernie Sanders 2 times, hey, look, I'm a loyal person, but I can't sit around for time number 3. I don't know what you're going to do, but I know what I did in 2016. I took my ass down and voted for Dr. Jill Stein. I will take my ass out and vote green. And again, that's what I will do. And I will help Nick, and I will help Carol, and help anyone else who wants to help me dismantle this corrupt bullshit that we're living under currently. We need a new party because it's time working people, black people, Hispanic people, all people get a fair shot. We've never gotten a fair shot. It's time we get a fair shot. It's worth dying for. As my friend, Mr. Perez, just stated, Jerry Perez just stated, veteran. This is a country that doesn't care about its vets. If you don't care about its vets, you damn sure, that's America. Fuck what you heard. In closing, I'd like to say, we need a new party because we have children. We care about them. We have grandchildren. We have aging parents. We have neighbors. We have people all over the globe who are suffering under the regime change wars. We need a new party because we know the parties that we have in place now are not going to fix that. We will all die on this planet, become obsolete if it's left up to them. They're polishing the brass on a sinking ship. Don't do it. Don't be a part of it. Stand against it. As Dr. Cornel West says, it's all about what you do before the worms get you. I'm Tim Black. Follow me at Real Tim Black. I love you. Stand with me, Johnson.
Tim Black, everyone. Damn. That was great. Tim, you put it so well. Next up, we have the activist, Medicare for All advocate, host of the podcast Amped Up with Ryan Knight. It is Ryan Knight who has endorsed more than 35 down-ballot progressives in 2020 and is the leading national voice for the progressive movement and has been a tremendous organizer as well, along with so many other people, for the People's Convention. Ryan, it's all you.
Am I on? We find ourselves in a moment of great struggle. We are seeing the climate crisis ravage our cities and towns. We are seeing a pandemic that has resulted in over 180,000 American deaths. We are seeing unarmed Black people being murdered by the police. We are seeing an immoral and rigged economy where billionaires like Jeff Bezos make $13 billion in a single day, while working people struggle to build any real wealth. And rather than meet this moment of great struggle with bold policy solutions to move our nation forward, both corporate parties in Washington are doing what they do best, putting their corporate donors over the basic needs of the American people. And we need to be very clear about this, because one of the corporate parties likes to sedate us with platitudes of hope and change. But make no mistake, they are bought and paid for by the very same corporations and oligarchs as the other corporate party in Washington. And progressive giant Henry Wallace warned us about this all the way back in 1948. That is how long this fight has been going on. When he said, and I quote, "Both parties are the champions of big business. The Republican Party admits it. The Democratic Party attempts to conceal it." And here we are, 72 years later, and both corporate parties in Washington are still putting corporate interests over human interests. So it's time for us to fight back and build a party that is of, by, and for the people. Because here's the thing, if we are ever going to have a government that actually works for the people, and if we're ever going to fight back against all of this injustice and inequality, then you can't have two parties that both represent Wall Street. You can't have two parties that both represent giant corporations. One party has to represent the people. One party has to represent labor. And we don't have that, which is why nothing, and I repeat, nothing ever changes in Washington. So when people say that America is failing because of one corrupt president, they're completely missing the bigger picture here. America is not failing because of one corrupt president. America is failing because our entire system is corrupt. We've had 40 years of failed trickle-down economics for the working class, and 40 years of bailouts, tax breaks, subsidies, and socialism for giant corporations and the ruling class. America is failing for the simple fact that we live in an oligarchy where both parties serve the ruling class. And we won't save this nation by just changing our corrupt president. We have to do so much more than that. We have to actually change our corrupt system and our policies, which are rigged to favor the ruling class. And the numbers tell the story here. The numbers don't lie. Over the past 30 years, the top 1% gained $21 trillion in wealth, while the bottom 50% lost a staggering $900 billion. million in wealth. And this massive wealth transfer didn't happen because the 1% worked harder than the bottom 50%. It happened because both corporate parties are owned by the 1% and passed laws that favor the ruling class and exploit the working class. It happened because they rigged this system against us. And now it's time for us to unrig it by breaking the duopoly and building a party that serves the needs of the American people. Because the simple truth is this, that we are all losing under the duopoly. Democrats, leftists, independents, and yes, even Republicans all deserve a better nation than this. And if we just step back and think about it in simplistic terms, how are we ever going to solve these systemic problems facing the nation when both parties are bought and paid for by the very corporations who profit off of these systemic problems? For example, how are we going to solve the climate crisis when both parties are in the pockets of the fossil fuel industry?
Right?
How are we ever going to stop the racial injustice crisis when both parties are in the pockets of the for-profit prison industry?
Right? Good
How
point.
Are we ever
I like this
going to
guy.
stop
Who
the
is he?
cost of healthcare crisis and the
Host of Amped Up.
lack of healthcare
Ryan Knight. I
when
sent him a
both
tweet.
parties are in the pockets of big pharma
He ignored me
and
too.
Insurance companies. How are we ever going to stop the economic inequality crisis when both parties are in the pockets of the billionaire class? The obvious answer to every single one of those questions is we won't.
Press number 7 if you're
Nothing,
still here.
And I repeat, nothing will fundamentally change in this country as long as corporate greed rules Washington. The only way to build a better America is by coming together and building a new major progressive party that is free of corporate money and free of corporate influence. And that is why this is our moment. This is our time. It is our moment to build a party that will unapologetically
Steve,
fight
John, Kat,
for
Randy,
the poor and the working
Erica.
class.
Thank you.
It is our moment to build a party that will unapologetically fight for racial justice and economic justice and environmental justice. It is our moment
Megzy,
to
Justin.
build a party
Look at all those
that will
sevens.
unapologetically fight to raise the minimum wage to $20 an hour.
Look at that tweet that I'm promoting.
It is our moment to build a party that will unapologetically fight for Medicare for all to save our people and a Green New Deal to save our planet. It is our moment to build a party that will fight for universal public college.
About to hit
trade,
24,000
so
impressions.
that workers have the tools to compete in this 21st century economy. It is our moment to build a party that will unapologetically fight to cut the Pentagon budget in half and finally end these endless wars. And it is our moment to build a party that will fight to defeat the duopoly in 2024.
The numbers are
and free
dropping,
this
guys,
nation.
on this. Can you believe the numbers are dropping and Dr. Cornel West
So I
hasn't
hope
even
my
spoken
message
yet?
Today is clear. It is time for the people to rise up, take our power back. It is time for the people to ask themselves, what kind of nation do we want to be? Do we want to continue to be a feudal nation, a plutocratic nation where just 2 billionaires now hoard more wealth than half of our country's entire population? Or do we want to be a free nation, a democratic nation, where our economy actually values and pays its workers a living wage, and where everybody has guaranteed health care? In closing, it is clear that the corporate parties aren't ready to meet this moment of great struggle with the bold progressive policies that we need to move this nation forward, but the People's Party is. We are ready to take on corporate interests and fight for the people's interests. We are ready to take on Wall Street's interests and fight for Main Street's interests. We are ready to take on the billionaire class's interests and fight for the working class's interests. Because we believe, and I believe, that every single person in this country has worth and dignity, and it's time that we have a party that represents them and represents the people's interests of this nation. So I encourage.
I wonder what Dr. Cornel West's net worth is.
Go to peoplesparty.org right
Okay,
now.
Google.
Join our fight to unrig this corrupt system.
Okay, Google.
And build a party, a government,
Dr.
and an
Cornel
America
West's
that we, the
net
people,
worth.
deserve. Thank you.
Here are some results from a search.
Thank you, Ryan, and thanks for your tireless work to put together the People's Convention. You've heard so much about what is wrong from people of all walks of life, what's wrong with this country, the many different problems that are plaguing this country, what seems like crisis over crisis over crisis, a permanent existence and state of crisis in our country, overlapping, mounting. That sense that that is wrong is correct. We shouldn't live this way. We can live differently. Next, you're going to see what we stand for as the Movement for a People's Party.
All right, if it's sad music, we'll fast forward
Here's a
it.
video put together where you're going to see what exactly we could have.
Hopefully it's not sad fucking music again. I like it. It's peppy, it's happy, it's up tempo.
21st century economic bill of rights.
Okay, let me have it. I'm ready.
Strong unions and workplace democracy.
Okay, sounds good. We like that. We like strong unions and workplace democracy. They speak for the workers. All right, okay, yeah, we like that. We like that. We're down with that. We're good with that. Give me some more good stuff.
A fair tax code and thriving small business.
All right, that's good. I like that. I like it.
Rein in Wall Street and create
I like that. Yes, rein in Wall Street. Yes, definitely. I agree with that as well. Let's rein in Wall Street.
public banks. Fair trade policies that
Fair
benefit
trade
US
that benefit U.S. workers. Fair trade policies that benefit U.S. workers. They're showing coffee. Universal basic income, right? UBI, we like that. And a job guarantee.
income and a job guarantee.
That's nice. What else?
Abolish money in politics and restore democracy.
I'm all for that. It's like they're talking to me.
Secure and transparent elections.
Okay, definitely. That's the thing that pissed me off. That's why I said it was.
And proportional representation.
Okay, I don't know a lot about that, but okay, I'm for it. I'm for it. I know it's a good thing. Ron Placone stands behind it.
Defend civil liberties and end mass surveillance.
Yeah, okay, I'm all for that. Fuck Big Brother. I'm all about 1984.
A wealth tax.
A wealth tax. Okay.
Respect human rights.
I'm all for respecting human rights.
And human potential. Medicare for all.
Definitely. I agree with everything. I don't think they've said anything I don't agree with.
Free public college and canceling student.
I agree. I agree.
A swift pathway to citizenship.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. You guys disagree with anything, press number 3. If you disagree, press number 3.
Disability rights.
Respect disability rights. I'm all for that.
Protect the environment and defend biodiversity.
All right. I'm good for that. I like that. I like the environment. Hey, the Green New Deal. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I don't know what it's going to do. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the Green New Deal does. You know, it's not very extensive. Yeah, definitely defend animal rights. Definitely defend animal rights. I'm all for that.
Sustainable agriculture.
Yep, that's me. Hey, man, I'm all about sustainable agriculture. That's what this show is about. So definitely.
Housing for all.
Yes. Yes. You don't hear the Democrats and Republicans saying any of this.
Restorative justice and ending mass incarceration.
Yes. Yes, I agree.
Legalize.
There it is! They're calling it marijuana, but yeah, it's called cannabis, but yeah, there it is! Wow! There it is!
Equal rights for women.
I said call it cannabis, you racist bitch.
LGBTQIA.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, totally. Totally agree with all of this stuff.
Honor indigenous rights and treaties.
Yes. Totally agree with that. The music's gotten really old. Create a peaceful global community that benefits from technology. I'm all about global community and the wars. Yeah, and the wars. Yeah, invest at home.
Expand social security.
They're talking about artificial intelligence and stem cell research, cloning. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey man, you think you could have come up with more than 16 seconds of music looped over and over and over again? God, you guys are some cheap little bitches, aren't you? 16 seconds of music looped repeatedly.
Taking care of veterans.
So fucking repetitive. Yes, I agree with that. Take care of veterans.
The People's Party.
Good, it's over. It's so long. That was obnoxious and stupid. They could have done it way faster. They could have listed it all on one fucking page. You know? And the music was horrible. But, you know, why didn't they break it up with this a little bit? Why didn't they break it up? Why did they play that same loop over and over again? Fucking idiots. Okay, so you got idiots making your videos, but let's keep going. What do we got? This guy, he's just going to regurgitate everything we've already heard.
Welcome back, everyone. Doesn't that look like a much better future?
Yes.
That's what we could have.
Yes.
And the only thing standing in the way is us deciding to have that.
Okay.
That's truly the biggest obstacle.
We can listen to him. He's going to talk for a while. It's his turn to talk.
The last 3 speakers will be Mariam Williamson, Dr. Cornel West, and Senator Nina Turner. And before that, I'm going to tell you a little bit about how exactly we can form a new party and why exactly we need to do that.
Who cares?
We are in the midst of what seems like we live now in a perpetual state of crisis.
Press 5 if you don't give a fuck about what this guy has to say and you want me to fast forward through most of it. Press 5 if you don't give a fuck what fucking bearded vagina has to say.
How ridiculous is that? We have about 25% of the cases and about 25% of the deaths with only 4% of the population. And why is that? It's because when members of Congress and the White House and
Tanner,
the intelligence
Randy,
agencies found out
Erica,
that the pandemic was a
say no
serious
more.
threat as far back as November,
We'll press the live button.
Joe Biden
We just fast forwarded
is
through
not
like
an aberration.
we just fast forwarded
Trump
through
is
like
not
10
an
minutes of
aberration.
bullshit.
They are the natural consequence of this system's decline. and
Coach
capture
Cash, close enough.
by
420,
Wall
close enough to
Street
5.
And big money.
Steve Tanner ready, Erica KS,
Joe Biden
Kush
himself
and Meg
told us
Zayer.
that nothing will fundamentally change in his administration. He
And
recently
Justin.
had a surrogate of his recently
Thanks, Justin.
said that in fact after they win, if they do, because they might lose to Trump as a result of how bad they are, but if they win, there will be a return to austerity politics. They said that the kitchen cabinet would be empty. They would have no resources for the people. There's never resources for the people. There's always resources for endless war. You just put that on the national credit card. You just invent the money. And there's never resources for the people. He recently met too with a CEO from Blackstone and held a fundraising teleconference with a number of his big donors.
It's a good point.
And he told them that
He
there
makes a
needs
good
to be
point.
change in corporate governance in the United States. And he said, but it won't take any policies. I'm not proposing any.
See that?
No policies. He has told us in as many different ways as he can that he is going to be a continuation of the neoliberal, neo-fascist decline of this country, which has now become a sprint. It's now become a free fall to authoritarianism and oligarchy. And the rest of the world is paying the price with us. We have a responsibility, a solemn responsibility, to make good on this wave that is sweeping the world, this revolution that is sweeping the world, and to join our sisters and brothers.
This guy needs some testosterone treatments.
New political party that is free.
No offense to my lady friends out there, but this guy could use some freaking testosterone injected right into his tiny little fucking nutsack.
Of 2024, with the president.
If you agree with that, press number 5.
To win, to defeat both parties like Moran did, both corporate funded parties, and candidates at all levels, to lead the political revolution that we all saw.
Oh my God, he's a little bitch. He's crying.
That is our vision.
He sounds like a woman
And it
that's
is a
talking
vision
about
that
her
never been more
anniversary.
real
That was the
and more
night
necessary.
that we shared together. You and I, honey.
Thank you.
And I love the
I
ring.
look forward
And this
to the
wine
next
is
4 years.
perfect. And the lighting and the people in
Next.
this place. And I love you so much. And oh, I'm so glad he's over.
I would like to remind everyone that the vote is open.
Oh, yeah. There's
The
a
vote to
there's an
build a
app.
major new party in the United States.
There's an app that you
Please
download.
Head to peoplesconvention.org.
People's-
Download the app if you haven't already.
Download the
and
app.
Cast your vote.
And you could cast your vote.
This is a historic occasion.
It'd be great if he would just say the name of the app. You could go to the Play Store and get it.
And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Marianne Williamson. She's an author, spiritual leader, activist, Democratic presidential candidate in 2020. She has written 13 books, including multiple New York Times bestsellers, and is a co-founder of the Peace Alliance. Marianne,
Okay.
it's wonderful to have you with us.
Thank you so. Brian is so moving to me. It's really an honor to be in the presence of this much truth telling. There has been more truth telling at this convention, in my opinion, than there was either at the Republican or.
Oh my God, this woman is a fucking loony bin.
You know,
She is a fucking loony bin, this woman. It's gonna be fun and funny.
or Daddy are really saying the truth of
She's gonna talk about psychedelics, I
what's
think.
going on, and there's all this agitation in the air.
You're on the same vibration, and we're all holding hands, and we're all orgasming together.
And that should be the purpose of political parties. They should be containers for truth-telling as certain people see it. And this convention has done that. It has opened up a conversation that I think is so important.
Just wait for her to get crazy, guys. Just wait for it.
And I'm so honored that you're allowing me to be part of the conversation here today. It's like a kaleidoscope. Everybody has given their
Oh,
own
it's like a
piece of it.
kaleidoscope. There we go. Already with the kaleidoscope, the tripping reference.
Contribute to a
It didn't take long.
of truth and
Like her
understanding.
shirt, like her tie-dye.
Again,
Oh my goodness gracious.
by
Are there any dream
articulating
catchers
context
behind
that
her?
for me is very helpful in understanding where we are today. Just like when you're a child and even when you're an adult, but you go to therapy, and in therapy they ask you about your childhood, because the more
When
you
you're an
understand-
adult, you go to therapy. I fucking love this woman. Like when you're an adult, you go to
The more you
therapy.
understand your parents' experience, the more you understand where you came from, the more you can understand where you are now.
Thank
And
you,
that's how you
Jesus.
feel about going forward, because
This woman is comedic gold fuel.
you know where you've been. So I think that taking a good look at the founding of our country, where we started, where we've come to, gives us tremendous power and understanding of where we need to go now.
Power.
In 1776,
Okay.
56 signers of the
Let's talk history. That's good.
Declaration of Independence
Mhm.
declared in founding documents in a way that had never been done in the world some foundational principles that were
I'm turning her up.
revolutionary. They were not only revolutionary politically, they were revolutionary morally. They
I
were
do it with my foot.
revolutionary
All right, I'll smoke with you,
that
Enoch.
all
Cheers,
men are
brother.
created equal, and that all men have the God-given right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of
Cheers.
happiness. That all men should have an opportunity to spread their wings and actualize their
We're
own
hitting
God-given
4
potential.
hours.
And that's where it started, but that's also where it got gnarly. Because out of the 56 signers of the Declaration, 41 of them were slave owners. That's it right there. That contest and that struggle right there.
Oh, she's checking her message. Look, she's looking at her message.
It is a characterological aspect of the American mind that is bipolar. That on one level,
She talks about bipolarity too. Oh my God. Dude.
Stands for the most aspirational and enlightened principles that have ever formed the founding of a country. And at
Gold.
the same time,
Gold.
from the very beginning,
She
it
is
has
gold.
never not been true.
She's liquid gold.
And this struggle is encapsulated in our politics today as much as it has ever been at any time, even at the beginning. Because even though there have been people who were willing to sacrifice their lives to take a stand for those enlightened principles, there have been forces, they were with us then, and they're with us now, that were willing to transgress, even in the most violent and wicked ways, against the principles on which we purport to stand. And every generation in American history, ours no less than any other, has lived out that struggle. Now, the good news is, over time, we tend to self-correct. Americans responded to slavery with abolition. And Americans responded to the institutional suppression of women with the women's suffragette movement. We responded to segregation with the civil rights movement. So over time, as desperately dark and painful, and it's filled with human suffering, as some of the aspects of American history have been, there have been people in every generation that have taken the wheel, have pushed back against the forces that were transgressing against our principles, and did what it took to get this country back on track. It is simply our turn. Now, I was child, but I was old enough to remember Bobby Kennedy taking a stand against the Vietnam War, taking University of Chicago, although interestingly enough, the main articulator of trickle-down economics, a man named Milton Friedman, himself said, but none of this will work without a universal basic income.
Huh.
Well, the people who promulgated trickle-down economics left that part out, of course. And they said that the U.S. corporation should have no moral or ethical responsibility to people or
Won't that devalue the dollar when you give everybody money?
to planet. Because you see, before then, the social consensus was that it should. You see, before then, it's not like America was ever all good. But I remember a time when the social consensus was that at least we should try. With trickle-down economics, the idea was that all the responsibility of the corporation would be the short-term profits for the stockholder class. And all other stakeholders, the workers, and the earth itself, and the community, and the environment, and everything was to accrue to the stockholders. And then they would make so much money that all that money would trickle down and it would lift all boats. After 40 years, we know what happened. It did not lift all boats. As a matter of fact, it left millions of people without even a life vest. It created such a massive transfer of
Happy 710. Cheers, everybody.
wealth into the hands of 1% as to have completely devastated the middle class in this country. And what it created was a new aristocracy in this country. We have reverted, just like in 1776, we chose democracy over aristocracy. We have reverted to aristocracy. It is now a corporate aristocracy. It is health insurance companies. It is big pharmaceutical companies. It is big oil. It is food companies. It is chemical companies. It is the National Rifle Association, gun manufacturers, and of course, it is the military.
Hey now, don't be attacking my guns. Don't be attacking my
In
guns.
1776, there were enough people who were willing to stand up to aristocracy, and as I said before, it's our turn.
Stay off
Now,
my
if you look at
guns.
the great social justice movements in our history, such as abolition, such as women's suffrage, third parties were extremely important.
Yeah, to
Abolition did not emerge from a major party,
push-
it emerged from the abolitionist party.
to push a party
Women's
over.
suffrage did not emerge from a major political party, it emerged from the Women's Party.
Huh.
Social Security did not emerge from a major party, it emerged from the Socialist Party. But I say that in complete support of Ryan and Nick in saying that they don't want to think of this as a third party. They want it to be a major party. And I agree with everyone here in saying that if the Democrats don't feel that there's a real alternative to their corporatist agenda,
People disagree
and at this point,
on
with
political
everything we-
science sometimes, you know. It's interesting to see the birth of a party. 'Cause
Been through.
some people think it should be
with
one
what
way.
happened to Bernie in 16, what happened to Bernie this year, and to be honest, what happened to me? I've been there. I know it from the inside.
Yeah, but you're crazy. I mean, you're crazy. You're batshit fucking
The
crazy.
Republican Party has been so taken over by a
I mean, maybe that's
corporatist
why I
agenda.
kind of find her
They don't
strangely
even pretend that
attractive.
They're not.
There's
The
some other
Democratic
crazy
Party is
ones.
very interesting, isn't it? It sees all the suffering that is created by a corporatist agenda, and it does, in ways that it can, try to ameliorate the suffering on the periphery. But neither the Democratic Party, any more than the Republican Party, will actually challenge the underlying forces that make all that suffering inevitable. And so when it came to abolition, people knew it was simply time for the people to take it from here. When it came to women's suffrage, it was women who knew, no, we're going to have to.
Do you know what she reminds me of? She reminds me of a prettier version of the cop from
When it came to civil rights, Martin Luther King, civil rights
Law and
movement,
Order.
It was time for the people to step in.
Special Crimes.
And one more time.
SVU. Special Victims Unit. That woman, except
It is time
she's
for
prettier.
the people to step in. And that's why this party is important. Now, I'm going to vote for Joe Biden. I'm definitely
Oh, boom. There you go.
going to vote for Joe Biden.
I can't believe
And as has been said here before,
they're saying
everybody has
this.
to vote their own conscience.
Right.
And
But to just pronounce who you're voting for, it's so
other
crazy.
people have expressed their opinion about this race.
There might be
Some people
a
have
better
said to me,
candidate.
oh, Marianne, you think he's going to fix anything? No, actually.
No, he's not going to fix anything. He's not going to fix a
I don't think
goddamn
he's
thing.
going to fix anything.
That's not why we're
And I
voting
think
for
he's
him.
going to give us a pause in the action. Because Donald Trump's policies, the state of this country right now, what Donald Trump has done to this country is Donald Trump holding back.
Yeah, no shit. She's right. That's a good point.
You give him a second term, there will be nothing to hold him back. And I agree with Michelle Obama when she said, oh, you think it can't get any worse? Trust me, it can. And just like I said a few minutes ago,
Wow.
I think we should all read up on our American history right now. It would be a good idea to read up about Germany in the 1930s
Oh,
and the
it's
1940s.
fucking scary.
When I think of this convention, the first word that comes up for me is patriotic.
We've lost a lot of time.
You see, it's
So
a great American tradition to push back about
I wonder if
against overreach by capitalism. That's what the labor unions are.
I'm actually surprised how much sense she's making. You know, she's
And of
really.
course, as part of the trickle down
And think about this.
hostage taking of this country, there
How
has been
much
an
more
almost
sense
definition of the
are
labor
these
movement.
people making than either the Republicans or the Democrats at their previous conventions?
But that pushback is
So
being
much more
patriotic
sense.
to
All
push
of them,
Americans
all
into
of them
EPG.
are making more
That's
sense.
why we have labor unions.
Even the comedians, you know, I mean, especially the comedians.
That's why we have child
Actually.
labor laws. That's why we have antitrust laws. That's why we had Glass-Steagall. You know, everybody talks about how this is a duopoly. But I think in terms of the deeper truth of what the duopoly represents, it's that it's a monopoly. It represents something that theoretically we're not for in this country, where a conversation, where an opportunity is so monopolized by someone that there is no room for other voices. And that's why those of us who are real progressives feel at this country like we're politically homeless. Where are we supposed to go? We've been basically told by the Democratic Party, you're not even welcome here. And even when people have tried so hard to play within the rules, to play within the system, I know, and you know, what happens to candidates within the Democratic Party at this point in the Democratic Party's history who does not color between the lines. So I think this party is so important.
And she
Regardless
definitely doesn't color between the lines this much.
what happens after the election, regardless what happens after the election, whether people feel in their hearts move to roar from within, to move from within the system of the Democratic Party, or we feel moved to work very, very hard for this party. I think both are options that are meaningful and significant, and everybody, all of us will know in our own hearts after the election where to go with that.
What was that
But
extra?
I can tell you this, it's part the bravery that Ryan Wright and Rick Grana are showing.
She's got something playing behind her.
I think these guys are going to be talked about a long time from now. This is something that reminds me of the greatest social movements in the history of this country. You know, everybody knows we have to look at the problems in our history. But I think we need to identify the problems, but we also need to identify with the problem solvers. Some people only talk about what's good in this country, and they have no listening to all the terrible things we have to look at. Mass incarceration, slavery, the horrible, horrible history of racial injustice. We need an entirely new America. We need to front end our resources in the direction of America's children. We need to not only take a stand against the military-industrial complex, we need to proactively wage peace. We have to, as Dr. Kalmus said, say no more incremental change when it comes to climate change. We have to be bold, and yes, we have to be radical, because love is radical and democracy is radical. We have become a country when Abraham Lincoln said that the men died at Gettysburg so that a government of the people.
I'm gonna hit the live. I'm gonna hit the live button. And refresh the page. Might get an advertisement, but
Can you hear me, my brother?
Yes!
You're on, Dr. Cornel West.
Oh, well, let me first begin by saluting you, my dear brother Nick. Who would have thought 3 years ago when we met in Washington, D.C., that you would be able to spearhead, you and Ryan and the others, and allow us to be a part of this magnificent moment, generating the kind of momentum and movement in order to transform the American empire into a more democratic space.
You're gonna miss Dr. Cornel West.
Alongside the marvelous militancy of a moral and spiritual
he's the star. He's the star speaker.
In the last few months, these 4.5 hours that I've been blessed to listen to every minute
over Munchies
has been such a magnificent inspiration, because that's very much what we need. And by inspiration, I don't mean just abstract projection. I mean enactment and embodiment of examples of people who have integrity, honesty, decency, courage. And that's what we heard in every voice.
I'm putting out 144.
Voice. Going back to 4 o'clock. And I come from a tradition. People, black people, the grand people, producing a great tradition in which the anthem is lift every voice, not the echoes of the neo-fascist wing of the ruling class of the Republican Party, the neoliberal ruling class, neoliberal wing of the ruling class of the Democratic Party. No, that's the echo chamber. That's what we saw in those conventions, with their talking points, with their superficial spectacle. But no, I come from a people who believe in the funk. Allow your voice to be heard from the deepest levels and corners of the dark corner of your soul, that's such that you will engage in a genuine quest for truth. And the condition of truth is always to allow suffering to speak. Everybody's suffering, no matter what color, no matter what gender, sexual orientation, no matter what national identity, and then connected to a level of beauty. And beauty is always something we grasp for in the face of
Man, I wonder if I
error, as Rilke taught us.
I wonder if I killed
And then, of course, the quest for good and wrestling with evil. And then for some of us, it's even a quest for God in the face of so many demonic and devilish forces that are shot through not just our structures and institutions, but shot through our very souls and hearts. 57 years and 3 days ago, the greatest public intellectual in the history of the American empire died in Ghana. His name was W.E.B. Du Bois, and that next morning, young brother Martin Luther King told America about a dream that he had, which was not the American dream, but a dream rooted in the American dream, and has everything to do with the movement for People's Party. Because what we're talking about here is a people who muster the wherewithal, who have not just the courage, but the fortitude to fructify. And by fructify, I mean to generate the fruits of truth-telling, to generate the truth of justice seeking, to generate the truth of kindness and sweetness and gentleness in how we relate to each other, but with a steel spine when it comes to bearing witness in the face of oppression. That's why Du Bois raised the 4 questions. What does integrity do in the face of oppression? Oh, here's the people's movement and the People's Party. What does honesty do in the face of deception? Here is the People's Party at its best. What does decency do in the face of insult and assault? What does courage do in the face of brute force? We are living in a moment of massive imperial meltdown, spiritual breakdown, and we need prophetic fight back. And the People's Party is a prophetic fight back that, like Du Bois, believes in multiracial, multi-gender, multi-sexual orientation, multi-binary and non-binary sexual sensibilities and orientations, a solidarity with those Frantz Fanon called the wretched of the earth, that can tell the truth about America, both its best and its worth. Because let us never forget, each and every one of us come out of various families, communities, and traditions, so we have to be true for where we come from. And I come from a people who have been on intimate terms with catastrophe. So the ecological catastrophe impending, the nuclear catastrophe that we don't like to talk about with the gangsters in Russia and the gangsters in the United States and the gangsters in other ruling elites that have the possibility of pushing buttons and blowing us all up. The economic catastrophe with unbelievably grotesque levels of wealth inequality that we hear over and over again, and the refusal to come to terms with poverty, the refusal to come to terms with working people's empowerment through unions in any means by which they can live lives of decency and dignity. The intimate forms of resistance and resilience in the face of catastrophe. 400 years of hatred. Here come love warriors like John Coltrane, Love Supreme. Here come Martin Luther King. Here come Ella Baker. And Brother Biden tried to appropriate Ella Baker. Ella Baker was trying to create a third party when she met her end with Arthur Canal and the great William Kunstler and others. Same tradition. In the face of trauma for 400 years, here comes healing. Not just Aretha Franklin, not just Erykah Badu, not just Kendrick Lamar, but a whole wave of voices in churches, in mosques, in synagogues, secular forms, trying to heal folk, to empower folk. Why? Because just like our moment, we all wonder. This is Marcus Garvey's question. Does America even have the capacity to treat the masses of black people with decency and dignity? Not just make room for the black bourgeoisie and the exceptional Negroes who view themselves as exceptional, who are highly educated. I'm talking about the masses of black people. And we raise that question for the masses of poor people, the masses of indigenous people, the masses of Asians, the masses of Chicanos and Browns, the masses of all working and poor people here and abroad. The American empire at its best articulates the vision of a slashed stone. Everyday people ought to have dignity and decency. The vision of a James Cleveland. Ordinary people ought to have a dignity and decency. Emerson agrees. Whitman agrees. Gene O'Neill agrees with his indictment, and the Iceman cometh. Toni Morrison agrees. But does America have the capacity? We're all wrestling with despair. That's the skeleton in our in our closet. We're living in a fascist moment, escalating, crystallizing, consolidating, solidifying. And that's the worst of America. Here comes the People's Party. And let us listen to what Edward Said has to say about precious Palestinian brothers and sisters that never loses sight of the humanity of Jewish brothers and sisters, understands the 2,000 years of Jewish humanity being trashed and hated, and yet even our Jewish brothers and sisters in their right-wing forms have the capacity to dominate and occupy other people. Yes, they're human beings just like it.
How come when I use my phone, it fucks with that, even though my phone's not on the goddamn internet?
Bringing all of us together. Can we listen to Dorothy Day? Can we listen to Cesar Chavez? Can we listen to Ward Churchill? Can we listen to all of our voices, Grace Boggs and others, the best of who we are as a species, as a nation, as an imperial experiment, as an imperial democracy? And yet, as my dear sister Marianne said, recognize that there's the best in America that has always understood that if our lives matter, if Black lives matter, we're going to have to make sure that democratic practices and orientations and means of being in the world are reproduced and expanded. If any lives matter, you're going to have major radical democracy. But can you have radical democracy in America without empire, without white supremacy, without male supremacy, without transphobia, without homophobia, without losing sight of the humanity of Muslims and Jews and Arabs? That's an unanswered question.
And Asians and the Chinese.
Let's just be honest about it.
You know, how about that? Let's talk about our racist fucking president.
With despair in the 32nd chapter of Genesis.
With this stupid fucking China virus bullshit.
God restless, with deep wounds, with deep hurts, with new energies. That's where we are now, right on the edge of the cliff, with the neo-fascist gangster in the White House and the milquetoast neoliberals who vote for his military budget over and over again. AFRICOM.
Oh, he's fucking
expands in Africa. The same ugly policies in Latin America. We've talked about the Middle East. We don't have time to talk about it. Asia, but that's very important too, with China and all of their forms of domination. What a time to be alive, pandemic and all. And yet, here comes the People's Party. Well, here comes that same radical democratic tradition that embraces us all. And I come in from the chocolate side of the empire and say, I'm bringing Curtis Mayfield with me. I'm bringing
Curtis Mayfield,
Sam Cooke with me, and Nina Simone with me. Why? Because they provide a structure of feeling and value that provides a ground for a prophetic fight back in the face of this empire collapsing, and in the face of the possible regeneration and reawakening of it. Last but not least, at this particular moment, I've got brothers and sisters on both sides. When I listen to Noam Chomsky and Angela Davis, and even my dear brother Bob Ovechkin and brother Carl Dix and others, they say, oh, we agree with the critique
No, you're not blocked. I see
of the empire, but we cast a vote for Biden. I say, ooh, I'm not used to voting for milquetoast folk like that. But the anti-fascist vote, okay, I do understand. But I hear my dear brothers and sisters on the other side, Chris Hedges, Glenn Ford, Paul Street, Margaret Kimberly, Juma Baraka. I love those folk too. I learned so much from them. They all comrades. They say you can't vote for a neoliberal.
Oh, he said comrades. I fucking hate that shit.
You can't vote for the same Biden. You bring such critique to bear. You got to go for Green.
Oh, everybody's going to start saying fucking comrade now. Oh, why did he do it?
It ought to go on.
Why? Why, Doc? Why?
At the moment, I'm leaning with Angela. I'm leaning with Marianne. I'm leaning with Noam Chomsky. But it's not that it makes me that much better. I just believe as part of the anti-fascist coalition, Trump's fascism is one that calls into question the very possibility for any rights and liberties so that all of us could be gone. That's kind of basis that he has. What is it, 1 out of 4 folks support him want to shut down the media? That's the kind of fascist sensibility. This is Sinclair Lewis. It can't happen here, taking place slowly in real time before our eyes. This is the kind of moment we live in. This is why this movement for People's Party is so fundamentally crucial. And we will resist the same self-righteousness that we get among the neoliberals. We are stepping into the unknown. So what? I come from a people that step out on nothing and still land on something that we helped create, based on a love of truth and a love of goodness and a love of beauty. Keep beauty in there. Beauty is very important for empowerment. So I want to bring this to a close. I want to thank you, Brother Nick, and I want to let you know that we've got to make sure that the lifting of the voices become waves all around the country, grounded in the local, but always having a global perspective of the American empire, keeping track of its worst, but also keeping track of the radical democratic tradition that has lodged itself at the center, or at the center of the soul of America, but never at the center of American politics. And it has always been multiracial, even though in a certain sense, it's been disproportionately black. That's how deep white supremacy cuts. And you can't have fascism in America without white supremacy being its face. And that's why it's so crucial that all of us attempt to be decent people, people who have integrity, honesty, and courage, and be willing to enact to empty ourselves, to donate ourselves, to sacrifice ourselves for something grander than us, that have everything to do with the best of those who came before and have everything to do with children yet to come.
Dr. West, who could have known 3 years ago when we got together in Washington, D.C. at American University,
shut up!
that we would be here today,
This fucking narcissist.
and have so many friends with us as we do today.
Oh, you're so proud of yourself. Fucking.
To represent.
Too bad you don't have a
chapter
third fucking arm. You could pat
of this
yourself on the
nation's
back.
history. Dr. West, I'm not quite sure if anyone can follow you, but if there is anyone, it might be it might be the great Senator Nina Turner. Nina Turner is the national co-chair of Bernie 2020.
Nina Turner is straight fire, guys. If you've never seen Nina Turner speak, you guys are in for something right now.
Our revolution. She served Ohio in the state senate, in Cleveland in the city council.
You okay, buddy?
And she's a former professor of African American.
Both his
history.
ears are itching him.
Now, introducing to you Senator Nina Turner.
Thank you, Nick, so very much. Lord have mercy, I'm on all types of fire right now. I just want to take a moment You know, in the black church tradition, and Dr. West, you're going to pick up on this real, let the redeemed of the Lord say so. This has been a redeeming.
Shut up with the Jesus shit, though, please. Not everybody believes in your precious Jesus. You fucking idiot.
Through the evening here on the East Coast.
God, it's so exclusive.
As Dr. West said, from the beginning of this People's Convention to this very moment, different voices have been able to be lifted up. Salute to you, Brother Nick, to the sisters who helped you put this on, to Brother Ryan. And I got a news flash for folks. Not one speaker was told what to say and what not to say. Hello, somebody. See, that's why you got a variety here tonight of people who have different views on how to move this nation forward. But what we do agree on, even if folks don't necessarily agree on what should happen in 2020, what we do agree on is that we are in a fight for our lives and for future generations, and that we stand up for what is just, for what is right, and for what is good. See, well, nobody's scripted here tonight. Nobody got a memo. Nobody was whispered in the ear. Nobody was told what to say, what to do, or what to think. So we are a representation of what America is. You know what? I just threw out my whole speech because every single speaker, baby, when you giving the benediction, you just got to go on and give the benediction. That's what this time is. Just go on and give the benediction. Because everybody did that. Just beautiful. And Sister Marianne, look. Don't let me start naming names, because everybody did that. You know what came to mind for me, sisters and brothers, and I wasn't gonna read this poem, but as I was listening to folks, two people came to mind. One was Marvin Gaye, What's Going On? And then the other one was a poem that Langston Hughes wrote, and I believe he wrote it in 1938, and he was talking about the pain of Jim Crow and what was happening in this nation, and it's titled Kids Who Die. And I just want you, just wrap your mind around this just for a moment. Can we just take a moment? Because it is as if Brother Langston Hughes is talking about this very moment. See, I'm full right now. This is Sunday, and I am feeling all kinds of spiritual waves right now.
Shut up!
Kids who die. This is for the kids.
So fucking exclusive.
Black and white, for kids will die, certainly. The old and the rich will live on a while, as always, eating blood and gold, letting kids die. Kids will die in the swamps of Mississippi, organizing sharecroppers. Kids will die in the streets of Chicago, organizing workers. Kids will die in the orange groves of California, telling others to get together. Whites and Filipinos, Negroes and Mexicans, all kinds of kids will die who don't believe in lies and bribes and contentment and a lousy peace. Hello, somebody. See, this poem encapsulates this very moment. Brother Langston Hughes is talking about this very moment. I hope you caught what he said. He said, telling others to get together, whites and Filipinos, Negroes and Mexicans, all kinds of kids will die who don't believe in lies and bribes and contentment and a lousy peace. That is what the movement for a People's Party is all about. We don't believe in the lies and the bribes and the contentment and a lousy peace. How can we have peace in moments like this, when over 90 million of our sisters and brothers are either uninsured or underinsured? How can we have a peace when you got a Congress that goes on recess while millions of people are facing eviction from their homes? How can we have peace when on the streets of America right now, Black lives have been lifting and reaching out, calling out the racism and the white supremacy and the bigotry of a system that was created for Black lives, the language. How can we have peace? You got 12 folks who are on the precipice of controlling $1 trillion. Meanwhile, back, you got sisters and brothers suffering all over this country. How can we have peace when people are drowning in debt for the crime of going to college? Hello, somebody. How can we have peace when we have a criminal justice system that is unjust in every stretch of the imagination? How can we have peace when the Black men are shot in the back or a knee on the neck, or I can't smoke a cigarette in my car? Sandra Bland, hello somebody, or Breonna Taylor shot in her own home. How can we have peace when children go to bed home?
She said hello somebody. Well, she's sitting alone in her house. I love it. Hello somebody.
Hungry at night. How can we have peace when our veterans are homeless or can't get the help? Healthcare that they deserve. And speaking of healthcare, baby, how can we have peace even in the moment of a global pandemic? We can't even get the neoliberals of the Democratic Party to reverse course in a platform that is non-binding. Hello, somebody. How can
Hello somebody.
Oh no, we're not falling for a lousy Brother Langston Hughes laid out. It is time for the people of this great nation, from all walks of life, from all sexual orientations, from all religions, in the sisterhood and brotherhood of love and uplift. It is time for us to come together. And Sister Mary Ann, she laid out the history, baby. I was thinking about the revolutions that have overtaken this nation in the 18th century. It was the American Revolution. The founders, in all of their racism and frailty, decided to say to King George, it's over. We can't continue this relationship like this. When in the course of human history, it comes time to separate, and then they laid out why it was time to separate. Hello, somebody. In the 19th century, we had another type of revolution. It was called, hello, somebody.
She says that a lot.
The Civil War.
It's like, you know what I mean? 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 Hello somebody. Hello somebody. Hello somebody. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Hello she's gonna go, hello somebody. She's gonna whisper, hello somebody.
Right here, right now, in our moment, lifting up a people's revolution that is both necessary, not only for the survival of us.
She's just like this little head that's just at the bottom of the screen. I fucking love it. Just like this. Does she even realize what she looks like?
Survival of future generations. How can we have peace when we trample all over Mother Earth? How can we have peace when we have predatory capitalism? How can we have peace when so many people have worked so hard and still cannot get even a piece of the American dream? How can we have peace when the poor and the working poor and the barely middle class doing all that they can to survive day after day after day after day after day, and they still cannot survive? How can we have peace? See, it's a fallacy that if you work hard enough, Americans work very
I get it.
hard. Poor is a hegemon nation, and there is no reason, no excuse on God's green earth while there is so much suffering and pain. It is being done on purpose, and we the people we don't do it on purpose. So yeah, this is revolution time. We have never been a country afraid of revolution. And this is a revolution of values, as the brother Dr.
She can't sit still.
said. A revolution
She's
of
bouncing all
love,
over the place.
A revolution of hope, a revolution of justice. But that does not happen because we hope it to happen or we pray it to happen. It happens because we put some sweat equity on that thing. In my Christian tradition, can I get an amen?
Amen.
Man, faith without works, baby, is dead. So we gonna put in the work.
She will fire up
Work.
an audience.
So that we can have a true peace, not a lousy peace.
What you got?
There's room at this end for everybody in the
At the bear.
People's Convention and the People's Movement for everybody. As long as we are standing together, there is absolutely nothing we cannot do. Quoting in my close, the elegance of Congresswoman Barbara Jordan. And many of you heard me say this quote probably thousands of times on the campaign trail. This is a truism for the ages. And I want you to know this. No matter how you are feeling, whether it is angry or sad, there is a heaviness that I feel and I get. No matter how you are feeling, bring those feelings and let's get to work, baby. Let's get to work. To be in the words of Brother Mahatma Gandhi, the change that we want to see in the world. We are it. Collectively, we are it. But this is what the Congresswoman said. What the people want is simple. They want America as good as its promise. That is what
YUB's
the movement is all about. That is what this convention is about. It is about reconciling and dedicating ourselves to create an America for all people that is as good as its promise. And we, yes we gonna do this. Slaying dragons all the way, baby. We gonna do this. Because our mission is so high, we can't get over it. And our mission is so low, we can't get under it. And our mission is so wide, baby.
She's going off the tracks.
So if you believe in what is just, what is right, and what is good, even if it's a disagreement about how to get there, if it's in your soul, in your mind, your body, and your spirit, this is indeed the movement for you. We're going to get through 2020. We're going to get that neo-fascist out of the White House. And baby, we're going to get to work on the People's Party. Can a sister get an amen?
Amen.
With these hands. With these hands, baby. This people's movement. We are on the move. Brother Nick, go do your thing, baby. Love all of y'all. Let's do this.
That's it. That's her.
Senator Nina Turner. Hello, somebody. And with that, as a result, I'm sure in big part because of that, the results are in, and with several thousand votes, the results are 99% in favor of creating a major new People's Party, free of corporate money and influence. So we will be going forward and doing that. That is the future. We are the future right here. We just waged a political revolution tonight, and you should all be so incredibly proud of that. This is the beginning, a new chapter.
I hope it does something.
Get to write. The people get to write this
I hope
chapter
it takes off.
of American history. Thank you, everyone who's been with us tonight. This has been a tremendous
That's all of you.
evening, and I look forward to what the future holds. Have a good night.
He's not going to bring up the whole. He should have brought.
Democratic.
Should have brought up the
my
whole
entire life.
Zoom
This is the
chat.
first time that I will not be casting my ballot for a major party. I will no longer be voting for the lesser of two evils. I am just saddened, shamed, disgusted with what's.
I want this country to actually embody those words that we hold up as a motto: a government by the people and for the people.
We need a party that will prioritize regular people and not corporations and billionaires.
While Democrats and Republicans bicker at one another over who is right, workers like me face extreme hardship.
We got millions of people out here that are getting kicked off of their insurance, and we have no party that's truly out there to help us. Right now, it's time for a People's Party.
We need a People's Party.
It's time for a People's Party.
Joe Biden and the Democrats aren't going to fix health care.
The time is now.
It's time for a People's Party.
Our country is beautiful. Our people are beautiful, intelligent, loving, and capable. I know we can do better. I believe we already know what needs to be done.
We have been told that we cannot afford basic necessities such as healthcare and education. The truth is that we can. And if we want to know how, the answer is by taking power back.
Enough is enough. It's time to build a People's Party.
Let's get it on.
It's time.
It's time for us to stand up.
I support the People's Party, the actual People's Party. So let's get it going.
We're excited that you've voted to join us in our mission to create a major new party. We are the regional coordinators for the Movement for a People's Party. We're here to guide you through the process to make a new party a reality.
Our goal is to launch our party, hold our founding convention, achieve ballot access in all 50 states by next year, start running candidates in local, county, and state races over the next few years, and run a presidential candidate in 2024.
The establishment parties, the corporate media, and the corporate interests will most certainly try to stop us by using their vast resources of spreading misinformation, changing legislation, trying potentially to divide us amongst one another, and many other potential ways. But we must remain steadfast in our goals and work together over the coming months and years.
It may not be easy to change the status quo, but we can do it with your help and the help of thousands of us working together in a coordinated effort to achieve our goals.
It may not be easy to change the status quo, but we can do it with your help and the help of thousands of us working together in a coordinated effort to achieve our goals. We must not be distracted, but instead focus on our efforts of building a major new party that actually represents the people, free from corporate influence.
Hey, Ben.
Organizing is how we achieve this goal. The first step is to gather people of like minds to contribute with the work we are about to begin. Creating a
He's
local
so
party
angry.
requires a few committed people who are willing to organize in their area and build their local hubs.
Together, you create a map of the
wrong
area
with
and
him?
community you're working in, detailing political, social justice, and single issue groups, mutual aid centers, other community groups, and labor unions that are currently working in your area.
Include the type of work they are doing and the issues they are currently working on. Add any issues that may not be currently addressed, and all communities that may not be represented in the groups that are active in your area.
Rank those groups according to the number of issues that we have in common with them, and their willingness to work with us based on the shared experience of your hub members.
Mapping out the groups in your area who might be working against our efforts and how they may work to stop us is important. With all groups, friendly and otherwise, assess the level of connection you have with these groups. Highlight commonalities and differences.
Then map the people in your hub and the resources available to you. What skills do you have among you? What connections do you have in the community? Who do you know who may want to join you?
These maps are not only a good starting point for your hub, but when cultivated and updated regularly, they will serve and guide you and your fellow organizers. New organizers who join you will be able to see where you have already done work, where you're going collectively. They can easily add and help refine your data.
The National Movement for a People's Party will be able to accurately assess the political and community terrain in each area, make decisions about where to provide resources, organizing support, ballot access, and future candidate viability. Cultivate and grow relationships in your area by supporting and participating in their events.
Hold organizing conversations with individuals and leaders. Track these conversations over time on your map to find common ground where we can work together and support each other. If we give solidarity, we will get solidarity in return when we are organizing actions and events.
In this initial stage, it's extremely important that we provide the foundation for our organizing efforts that leads to a solid party structure. There are no shortcuts in this process.
Okay, you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the People's Convention, the People's Party Convention. They were successful in what they wanted to do. They got their message across, and I think they did a beautiful job, and I agree with their entire platform. I hope you guys agree with it too. And you guys, judge for yourselves how you feel about it. I hope you enjoyed the almost 5-hour show. Okay, guys? Enjoy your evenings. I will see you guys tomorrow, all right? Y'all take care. Bye now. And remember, please check out Ron Placone on YouTube and at Ron Placone on Twitter. Also, Jimmy Dore, he's great. And Graham Elwood, that was fantastic to see them on there tonight. And Miserable Liberal, she's a friend of the show, and she's going to be appearing mid-month next month. So, really excited about that. What you got? You got a ball, buddy? You guys check out Ron Placone and tell him I sent you. All right, go hunt him down on Twitter right now and tell him you loved him on the People's Convention. All right. Thanks so much. Bye, guys.